There's nothing like being absolutely retarded and talking for like 3 minutes and having the microphone muted completely. I hope you guys can hear me now. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah? Welcome to Captain Mac Live, Part 2. Unbelievable. I can't believe I forgot to unmute the microphone. Anyway, welcome to the program, guys. We're going to be doing our third flight in our series called Flying the Hump, where we fly a DC-3, this beautiful old beast, all the way over to Vietnam. Now, there's only like 3 people in here right now, or at least that's what my little thing off to the side here is showing. So, welcome to you 3. Shaker MT is one of them. So, for those of you who are in the chat over there, please say welcome to Shaker MT. It is his father who we are honoring with this flight. His father actually flew this flight, I think, a couple times during Vietnam. So, welcome, Shaker. Also, just as a reminder, Shaker is probably my biggest supporter outside of my immediate family. He's been fantastic since the inception of my channel, and so I really appreciate all his support and his friendship. We've become good friends, and we chat and text and talk and all that stuff. So please welcome Shaker MT to the show. Slow Death 77 is the one who pointed out that he couldn't hear me, and it would have been a very slow death to have a 4 or 5 hour live stream where you couldn't hear me talk. So your name was appropriate in that case. Otherwise, I have no idea what that name means. But welcome aboard. Haven't seen you on here before, so I hope you enjoyed the channel. Shivam's here. Fantastic. Great to have you aboard, Shivam. Always love it when you join us. And who else we got here? I think that's it right now. Sometimes this thing's a little delayed, so there might be a few more people in here. So if you're in there, as always, roll call, say hello, let me know how you're doing. That light is like really bright today, isn't it? You know what? I think it's this laptop screen. I actually am using a different laptop today because mine went kaput. I have no idea why. It just decided to crap out on me. So I'm using my daughter's laptop, actually. That would be Ashley, by the way. And for those of you who have been wondering about the... not the live stream series, but the video series, Ashley Learns to Fly. I finally have another headset. I have one here, but when I talk on this one, it sounds like I'm all the way across the room. So I have another headset that matches this one here so that we can both talk on the video at the same time, and it looks like everything's going to work out. Not really sure. We'll find out soon enough. So we will be doing that series here pretty soon. Hopefully even in the next day or two we'll be able to get a video done. Enough about that. Today's flight. Wait, somebody said hi. TTKL147, hello. Don't blame the stream for the slowness, you old man. Oh, really? Is that so? Listen here, sonny boy. Listen here. It is the stream's fault. I'm not that old, am I? Well, maybe I am. How old are you? He's probably like 13. Shivam's 13, everybody. No matter what he says at this point, Shivam's 13. Alright, so here's the deal. We are flying today from PAED to PACD. Now, this is only halfway of what the original leg was. So we've flown 2 legs so far. Those 2 legs encompass what was originally the first leg of this flight. And the reason for that is very simple. This is a slow airplane. It's more than capable of making those flights as far as fuel and all of that is concerned. However, pause for effect. I'm not capable of sitting here for 10 hours trying to come up with stuff to say. It's hard enough sometimes with 4 to 4.5 hours, even 5. So we've been cutting those legs in half, and so we're doing that again today. So we're flying 500 miles and change. If you didn't get a chance, look on Facebook. There's a copy of the route there, and this is the nav log here. Let's zoom that in a little bit. Maybe. There we go. Boy, that is like a blurry picture too, isn't it? Looks like crap. But anyway, there's our route. So I'm only keeping this off to the side for simplicity because what we're going to do here is we're actually going to set up our flight plan. And what I forgot to do, and I'm not going to dig through all my folders to do it, but what I forgot to do, and I'm a little bothered that I forgot to do it, was grab my fuel burn chart. In fact, let me pop the folder up over here, and let me just dig it out real quick. Now, when I say fuel burn chart, I don't mean like the fuel burn charts for the actual aircraft. What I mean is what I've been tracking as far as fuel burn rates are concerned. Why is this not showing up in here? Maybe I put it in here, that's why. So I've been tracking the fuel burn rates is what I've been doing, right? And so this is what I have so far. Very, very simple chart, very straightforward. So our last flight up here to PAED was 780 nautical miles, and we used approximately 400 gallons of fuel. These are all in gallons. I just stopped writing the GAL because it was, I don't know, I'm lazy. We flew at 14,000 feet, blah, blah, blah. The flight before that was up to CYZP. That was 513 miles, and we used 350 gallons of fuel, which is a little odd, but I think we started to catch a bit of a tailwind or something. I don't know. So anyway, this gives us just a general idea of how much fuel that we're actually going to need today. And so what we're going to do is, of course, we always want extra, not just this amount of fuel. This is how much we burned, right? And we're flying 546 nautical miles today, is it? I think it's listed on this little chart over here. Yeah, it doesn't give the total, unfortunately. But anyway, it's like 546 nautical miles. So it's somewhere kind of in between these two, right? So what we're going to do is we're just going to go with, we need 400 gallons for the flight, an extra couple hundred gallons for reserve, safety, headwinds, all of that, and then Captain Max extra fuel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure we have a minimum of 700 pounds. So we can close that out. We don't need that right now. So let's do that first. Go to aircraft. Oh, by the way, I am on FS Cloud already. So I don't know if you guys are. Before we do that real quick, let me pop it up over here and look at the little map thingy. And if you can't fly with us on FS Cloud, that's fine. In fact, it looks like I'm the only one on there right now. So that's fine. But anyway. So go to, if you want, you can fire up FS Cloud, you can fly with us, good times. So fuel and payload, we'll jump in there. I don't even mess with the payload, I just leave it as is. So, now we have to do a little math. And it tells you right on here, and this is pretty close, because these use, what's the fuel called? 100 LL, I think. But anyway, it's about 6 pounds per gallon. I just heard something go bang. I have no idea what that was, but nobody's screaming, so nobody's dying. 6 pounds per gallon, right? So, we want 700 gallons of fuel. The simple way to do it, 7 times 6 is 42, right? So that's 4,200 pounds, right? Well, you can see that's a lot of fuel. We probably won't use anywhere near that, will we? So, somebody say in the comments what you're thinking right now, because I know somebody's like, whoa, that's way too much. We're going to go with it anyway. And I think what we're going to do is, so on the auxiliary tanks, let's try these at 75%. Again, I'm not doing exact science here. Look at that, 4,200 right there. That's good. Listen, it's more fuel than we need by a lot, but I still don't trust the fuel on this thing, even though Manfred Jahns did an amazing job on this aircraft. I still don't trust the fuel in this thing. So we're going to go with 4,200 pounds. Extra fuel that we're carrying means extra fuel that we're burning initially too, because of the extra weight. So that's something to remember when you're doing your fuel planning. But we're not doing an in-depth fuel planning here. We're throwing a general number out there based off of a chart. Eventually I can probably pull an average off of that thing. But for right now, that's what I'm going to go with. And if somebody thinks I'm insane, that's quite all right. Think what you like. It's okay. All right, so we've got our fuel in there. Let's look at the comments real quick. You got Slow Death 77 as your name in the Army. Well, you were in the Army, so that explains a lot. TTK, hello. I think I already said that. Shivam says he's 30, but he wants to call me an old man. I see how it is. I'm gonna remember that. You are an old man yourself. Nels Pete. I'm trying to think of, your name almost sounds familiar. I don't know if I've seen you on here before, but good morning, welcome. Great to have you here. Getting stupid little pop-ups on my daughter's laptop. Thanks for joining us, Nels Pete. Great to have you here. Shaker says he's in FS Cloud, but you're not showing up for me right now, so it's okay that you can't fly with us, Nels Pete. I really appreciate that you watch all the videos, though. And it's my pleasure to put the time and effort into these. So thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate that. Your guys' support means the world to me. And for those of you who don't know or haven't been on one of my live streams or watched any of my videos, the support I get from my subscribers, my followers on Twitch, that means a huge deal to me. It's not a small thing at all, and I really appreciate all of your support. I've mentioned it many times before, but I'll throw it out there again. You can support my YouTube channel and my Twitch channel in various ways. On YouTube, You can go to the support me button or whatever it is. You can click on that and you can donate money if you want. Another way that you can support my YouTube channel is just watch those little videos, those little ads at the beginning. It's like a 30-second ad clip. I know they can be annoying. Some of them are like 2 minutes. They're like movie previews or something. And they can be a little obnoxious. I get that. But watching those, I get fractions of pennies for like every, certain number of seconds you watch them and however many people do or whatever. And eventually that does add up. So I think right now about every 5 months I get $100 from YouTube. So there's a little bit of money there. But by watching those, you can support the channel. And then the little ads sometimes that just pop up, they're usually aviation related, flight schools and things like that. If you click on those, it opens a new page. It's never spam stuff. Google runs YouTube, and they're really good about controlling the spam as far as those ads. So if you click on those, every time somebody clicks on one of those, I get some fractions of pennies for that as well. So those are ways that you can support the YouTube channel. And then, of course, on Twitch, if you look down below the viewing screen there should be a great big button that says donate through PayPal. You can donate directly to my PayPal there if you want. Those are all ways that you can support my Twitch and my YouTube channels. And then, of course, just the moral support that I get from you guys. Great interaction in the comments. Rarely do I get negative comments. Usually comments that are negative are actually pretty constructive criticism, and I don't mind that at all. I've had a few on there that were pretty nasty, and I just delete those. I'm not playing that game on this channel. So those are all ways that you can support me. And then, of course, that moral support is it's huge for me. Shaker MT has absolutely been my biggest supporter. He's actually bought a couple aircraft and donated them to me, like the FS Labs Airbus. If you haven't seen my tutorial on that, go check it out. And also the new A2A Constellation, which we'll be doing some flights live on that in a little, in a while, because we got to do these first. So, Shaker MT has been very supportive in both the moral and friendship side of things, as well as financially. He supported this channel a lot too, so I really appreciate that. I appreciate all of you. And so Nels Pete, thank you so much for hopping in. Even if you're only here for 5 minutes, I really appreciate that you were able to jump in. Keep in mind that my live streams get uploaded to YouTube. When I'm all done, I do a little quick editing to put my intro video and stuff in, and then up it goes, and you can always watch it as a video there. You passed your ASVAB first time? There's a good Captain Matt cough for you. It's always funny. So for those of you guys who don't know, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force in the United States, we have a nice friendly rivalry going. Everybody knows, of course, that Army stands for ain't ready to be a Marine yet. So we'll talk a lot of trash to each other, but we can do that because, hey, we we know each other, right? Okay, I'm talking too long here. Let me just wrap this up. Nels Pete flew on Phoenix Virtual for a while, did have a couple private chats. Okay, fantastic. And you'll have to forgive me. My brain gets a little scrambled sometimes. I get so many different things going on that I can't always keep up, so I do apologize. But it's great to have you here, and I really appreciate the support. I really do. So let's see. We talked about flying together. Oh, in the Metroliner. Okay, so you're up in the Colorado area, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. If you are, we need to talk some more, because I still want to do that, actually. Shaker wants to remind me he also bought a yoke for me. So, Chicka Metal. Chicka Metal, how dare you? I feel betrayed at this point by Chicka Metal here, saying go Army. I feel absolutely betrayed. I'm just distraught now. I don't know if we can carry on. Alright, guys. So, I don't remember who it was. Dear God, I am looking down here. Hold on one second. I'm looking at so I'm using my daughter's laptop, right? Because mine decided to crap out on me. I have no idea why. And I just looked over here, and like 8 different freaking programs just like open themselves up on her laptop while I'm trying to run all this stuff. That's just amazing. So listen, hold on. There's one more to close out. Why does she have Google Chrome and Internet Explorer running? Something wrong with my kids. So I don't remember who it was, but somebody asked specifically on YouTube, and I meant to look it up before the stream, but I just didn't get an opportunity. But somebody specifically asked on YouTube about how you get the route that you want into the FSX GPS, right? This guy right here. How do I get the route into this guy right here? Which, of course, it's not turned on right now, and that's fine. So let me show you here. I got to pop that back up now because I just hid it from you. Okay, so we want this route. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually, I'm going to do the route planning right now with you and show you how I do this. So go to your flights and then go to Flight Planner. And I've shown you guys this before, but that's alright. So what we want to do, we're starting at PAED, and I've already got it in parking spot 10. I'm going to leave it there. That's fine. And then we're going to select our destination, which in our case is PACD, right, which is Cold Bay, Alaska. Good to go. Now to start out with, click IFR and select VOR to VOR, because remember, we're flying VOR to VOR. We're not flying all those waypoints. We're not flying GPS waypoints on this. We're doing it old school. We're flying VOR to VOR. All right, and then click Find Route. So there's the route it's got right now. Now let's compare these, okay? So we've got TED, ENA, AKN, CDB. They've got ANC, AKN, PDN, CDB. We want to fly this one. That's what I want to do. That's the route I set up. That's what I want to fly. So how do we go about that? Okay, so it's a bit of a pain, but let's start with this. ENA, or let's see, AKN is the only one they have on here that we want, right? No, and CDB. So click on ANC. That's the Anchorage VOR. Okay, we can have that one in there, but I don't want, let's see, that's this one right here. It centers up on them, by the way, when you click on it. See, we jump to AKN there. All right, so AKN is fine. We could leave the Anchorage VOR in there if we wanted, or we can switch to the TED VOR. Now, you can't scroll your mouse wheel to zoom in, which is annoying. So you click on the zoom in button. So there's the Anchorage VOR, and then to move around, you have to get this little arrow, right? So this moves at an angle, this moves that way by just clicking, right? So the TED VOR is right here, right? And so the reason that I planned that one is so when we take off, we can just track outbound. All right, so if I want to, what I'm going to do, I'm going to end up getting rid of Anchorage. But before I do that, I'm just going to leave it where it's at. Find the little line there and click on it. See how it turned black? Okay, once it turns black, you can drag it. Now, keep in mind that I am clicking between PAED and the Anchorage VOR. So it's going to put this waypoint right after PAED. And I'm going to drag it over here to where that waypoint is. Now, TED is a little hard to find on this unless you zoom in further. I just happen to know where it is. So drag it over there and let go, and this little guy pops up. And I grabbed the wrong one anyway. That's not TED, is it? So we're going to cancel it. Now I got to find TED. I'm an idiot. I thought it was right there, wasn't it? Why is it not? It's not even showing my VORs, is it? I need that one. There it is. So for some reason, TED does not want to pop up. That should, no, that's EDF. What am I doing wrong here? Where is TED? And unfortunately, there's no search function on this thing, which is obnoxious, right? I don't have a search function. So the way that we need to do this is we need to find TED, which is really a pain in the butt, as you can see. Let's see. Let's get rid of all those waypoints. We don't need those. Let's... we can keep airports. We can get rid of these guys for now. Okay, so now the only thing we have on there, by clicking these, the only thing we have on there is we can get rid of airspace. And so what we have now is we've got our airports, our VORs, and then there's weather information, but there's no weather popping up on here, which it usually doesn't. Now, if I remember correctly, TED is supposed to be right here, so for some reason it's not showing up, which I dislike very much. I don't understand why TED is not showing up. It's, let's see, where is it at? It's 6 miles. It should be right here. So let's try it. Yeah, it's not going to show up. So what we're going to do, that's fine. Sometimes this happens. I don't know why. Maybe I'm retarded and I just can't find it. Let's see if somebody said something in the comments. Your husband's an Army vet, no problem. On your daughter's laptop. I look up the search history all the time, you guys. Okay, yeah, okay, Nels Pete's up in Colorado. Yeah, Nels, do me a favor, please. Send me an email at pilotandpastor@yahoo.com. Let me type it in down here real quick. You guys can always email me on this address. I check it every day, and I try to respond regularly. I try to respond to everything regularly. Send me an email. Remind me of that, because I do want to set that up. I absolutely want to set that up. Okay. No, I'm not going to teach you fuel planning on this flight. Nels Pete is heading out. I hope I got that information to him before he took off. Yeah, I hope that I can fly with him too. It's better to play flights than it. Is this a better way to play flights than SkyVector? Are you asking if this is a better way to plan the flights than SkyVector? Yes and no. So here's the deal, and Shivam already touched on it. You cannot import a flight plan from SkyVector into FSX. So what I've been doing is planning it on SkyVector so that I can take the screenshots, upload them to you or to Facebook and all that for you guys. And then going back and doing what I'm doing right here, right now. Teminator is now following. Thank you. I appreciate it. So I think that in this instance, this is probably a better way to do it. Now, as you can see, I'm struggling to find the TED waypoint, which really kind of sucks because what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go with the Anchorage VOR, which I'm going to write down right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to just click on it. Just grab this and drag to it. Well, that's not even going to work. We're going to have to go to the nav log to do it. That's fine. So it can be a pain. Sometimes waypoints don't show up for whatever reason because I guarantee that VOR was there when FSX was released. But anyway, you have to plot the waypoints in here similar to what I'm doing right now. So we're going to go to ANC first. We'll look at the nav log in a few minutes. Then we're going to go to AK. Well, we've got ENA on there. So let's find ENA. And usually what I do and what I should have done on this, in this instance, and this is where I kind of messed this up. So hopefully my stream won't slow down as I'm popping up my internet here real quick. Let me pull up this other picture here that I put in there. The picture of the actual route. Yeah, that's not going to help me because it's way zoomed out, isn't it? Oh! Alright, so the long and short of it is I've had a busy morning, and I didn't get to do everything I wanted to do to prepare for this flight. So now I look kind of like a doofus. But that being said, here's ENA right here. I just happened to look over and it popped up, right? So we're going to go from Anchorage to ENA. So grab your little line right here. It turns black. Drag it to ENA. Okay? And then it just put it right in there. Because there's not a bunch of stuff right there, it automatically knew I was going to ENA. So we're going to Anchorage, then ENA, then AKN, and then next is CDB. We don't need PDN, right? And look at why I did this. Okay, instead of coming over here like that, we're coming straight from here to here. That's why I didn't put that particular VOR in there. So I'm going to just remove it. So I highlight it and then delete waypoint. All right, so our flight plan is nearly identical to what I posted in that we're going ENA, AKN, CDB, but we're starting at Anchorage first. So let's look at our nav log, and you're supposed to be able to print this nav log, but when I try to print it, it doesn't do anything. So here's what we need, though. We need information from this guy, and normally I would do this in advance so that I could write all this down, but I wanted to show this to you today. So I'm hoping, first of all, let me just backtrack. Does everybody understand how you find and input the waypoints so that you get the route that you want? And also with that, does everybody understand that you may not be able to find the waypoint you're looking for? And the busier the airspace, the more waypoints and stuff that are available in that area, the harder it's going to be to find them. You got to zoom way in, you got to look around. It's hard to navigate on that thing. It's a pain in the butt to put a custom flight plan in through this flight planner, but it can be done, as you can see. So please let me know if you have any questions over here in the comments. I'll get to those questions in just a minute after I finish up this part. Now, keep in mind, you can update the magnetic declination in FSX. I don't remember how, and I think somebody gave me a link to do it. I know my friend Easy knows how to do it, but I haven't done it in a while. So the headings on here are going to be substantially different from the headings on here, and the reason is very simple. Over time, magnetic north changes. It's been changing for years, and it's called magnetic declination. I believe that's what it's called. I know it's something declination. Okay, so 226 is our heading from PAED to Anchorage VOR, but that wouldn't necessarily be the heading you would get off of SkyVector. So when you set it up like this, if you go to SkyVector, create a flight plan, and then come into FSX, unless you've recently updated so that your magnetic declination is correct, and I hope I'm using the right term there so I don't sound like an idiot, then you're fine. But if you haven't, you need these headings here, right? So the Anchorage VOR, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to write this down. It's 114.30. That's the VOR frequency, right? So that we can put that in, 114.30. I should write clearly so I can see. And the heading is 226. So 226 degrees, right? And then from there, and I just draw a little arrow when I'm writing this down. From there, we're going to go to the ENA VOR. Okay, and I've got this on my flight plan from SkyVector, but the headings are wrong. So since it's not letting me print it up, it's easier to just write it down. Sometimes I put it in a little text file, whatever. But ENA is 117.60, and that is 205 degrees. Okay, and then from there we're going to AKN, and that is 112.80, and that is 222 degrees. And then from there to CDB, which is basically right on top of PACD, and that is 112.60. Make sure you know the difference between that one and the previous one, and that is 212 degrees. All right, so that is the route that we're actually taking. Once you've got that, again, if you can figure out how to get it to print, more power to you. But we're going to cancel that out. We do want to keep this flight plan that we just created so that it's in our GPS. Let's crank this up to 14,000 feet because that's what we're flying at today. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to click Save. Give it a name. I usually just leave it at the default name there. We're good to go. And then click OK. Now it's going to ask me if I want to move my aircraft. I've already put it where I want it, so I'm going to click No. And bam, there we go. We're ready to rock and roll. Shaker's still over there burning fuel, so we're good to go on that. Now, were there any questions over here? Let's see. Shivam, talking to Chickamento, there's some sites that allow you to create and save a flight plan which can be loaded in FSX. That is absolutely correct. I use PFPX typically, but I'm not using it for this because I'm not taking all the time to build the flight profile and all that. But PFPX is fantastic, works really easy, and imports to FSX and 50 different other aircraft like PMDG aircraft and stuff. So that's why I like that one. It's easy to use, but it does cost money. PFPX is not free. Bring me to Dubai. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean there, snipe style, but welcome aboard. Let's see. You sent me that link a while back, Shaker? Is that who you're talking to, or are you talking to Chickamento? Which link are we talking about here? Let's see. Jets are much easier to fly. General aviation is harder. Blah, blah. Okay, nothing for me over there. Good conversation, though, going on over here. I'd love to see the good interaction, so that's fantastic. All right, so now we've got our flight plan in there. I've already got my FS flight recorder up and running. I've run my mouth long enough, so what we need to do is we need to actually get started here. All right, so your checklist, I believe it's shift in the number 7 or 8, pulls up this checklist. I turn on co-pilot help, captain voice, and stewardess, and we need to open the doors. I thought we already opened the doors. Yeah. We got to turn the interphone on. Let's see if our door's open. I thought I already... Whoa. I got that thing zoomed in. Yeah, the door's open. We're good to go there. Hop inside. We need to turn the interphone on to get the flight attendant working. That's right down here. It is this one. Give it a click.
Good afternoon, Captain.
Good afternoon, Ernie.
Sweet. They're going to start...
Hi, boys.
Hi, Nancy.
We got Nancy on board. They're going to start loading up, and what we're going to do is we're going to go into our before start checklist. And the way I'm going to do this is some of the things you have to wait on them, like the flight controls check and stuff like that, and some of the things I can do as a flow. So I'm just going to click on it, let them start talking, start going through things, and then if I forget anything, they'll prompt me along the way. Sound good? Chickamento says hi to Nancy and Ernie. That's fantastic. All right, here we go. Before start checklist then.
Well, Ernie, ready? Let's do the before engine start checklist, please.
Before start checklist.
Parking brake set and checked. Doors.
Oh, they want us to close the doors, don't they? Shift E, right? Yeah, there we go. I forgot you got to close the doors for the before start checklist.
Battery on.
Cabin's all
Ground
secure,
power.
Captain.
GPU disconnected.
Generators.
That's these
Both
two.
on. Beacon
I knew I'd forget something. Beacon and nav lights.
is on.
Nav lights.
That's on.
Cabin signs.
That's these two.
Both on.
Ignition master.
That's this
is
one.
on.
Magnetos.
Those are supposed to be off.
Checked both off.
Fuel quantity.
So we got to
Left
check
main.
that.
Check.
So we're full on the left main,
Right main. Check.
full on the right main,
Right auxiliary. Check.
and 75 on both
Left
auxiliaries.
auxiliary. Check. Fuel selectors.
Set and checked.
Carburetor heat.
Checked on
That's
cold.
these two up here.
Trim.
Set to 0.
Cowl flaps.
Open them all the way.
Full open. Mixture.
Idle cutoff.
Throttle.
You got to crack the throttles a little.
Throttle is cracked.
Prop control.
Full forward.
Flight controls.
Okay, so flight controls.
Ailerons left. Ailerons right. Elevator full up.
You can do this in any order too.
Elevator full down. Rudder full left. Rudder full right. Flight controls checked and free.
Before start checklist complete.
Alright, so that means we can go ahead and start the aircraft now, and it's been like 2 weeks since I've flown it. I'm trying to get that thing at 10%. It's not cooperating. 10 and 10. There we go. So let's see if I remember how to start this thing. So they don't actually go through a checklist for starting the aircraft, right? So what we need to do is we need to turn on the fuel pump. We're going to start with the right engine. We're going to flip on the fuel pump, and then we're going to prime it for a few seconds, not too long, like 3 to 5 seconds, and then we're going to flip on the starter. And it's 9 to 15 blades on this particular aircraft, which would mean sticking your head out the window and waiting until you see this thing go by 9 to 15 times, right? And once that's done, you're gonna you're gonna bring in fuel. Duh. See, I knew I'd forget something. You're gonna bring the mixture up to 50% or higher, and then that'll kick the engine in. Once the engine, and you'll continue to prime. Sorry, bring the mixture up 50% or higher, and then go back to priming. And it's, for us, it's back and forth. In the real world, you just use both hands, right? And then once the engine fires up, we stop priming the engine. Obviously, we move the fuel mixture to. Hey, Irish Gaming Guys is doing something, but it popped up really big. He's probably hosting. So everybody say hi to Irish. Yep, he's hosting us now. Everybody say hi, Irish Gaming Guys, and hey, thanks for hosting. I really appreciate it. But anyway, once all that's done, you move the fuel mixture up to auto rich, and then leave the throttles at about 10%. And maybe, well, you got to bring them up till, what do they got to idle at? About 1,000. My brain's not working right now. Not that it ever works. I hope everybody caught that. So let's watch and see what happens. So fuel pump on first. Prime it for a few seconds. Oh yeah, it goes that way. Duh. Okay.
Engine 2 is turning.
Continue to prime. 9 to 15 blades has gone by. 50% or higher. Prime. Come on, baby. She don't want to start. I think I messed it up. Hope I didn't flood it. Alright. Let's try this again. I think it's primed enough, right?
Engine 2 is turning.
9 to 15 blades, only takes a few seconds. 50% or higher. There we go. Continue to prime. Did I miss something? Come on, start! I'm sure I messed this up somehow. Maybe the throttle's not cracked enough? No, it is. Somebody tell me if I missed something. It has fuel in it. What are you talking about? Oh, jeez. Nothing like a live stream where your mistakes can't be hidden. Let's prime it for a few seconds. Flip it on.
Engine 2 is turning.
9 to... Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm retarded. It ain't gonna start if you don't turn the magnetos on. It was the magnetos. There, yoo-hoo. Come on, fire up.
Engine 2
There she
starting
goes.
up.
Alright, move that to auto, Rich. See, I knew I'd forget something. I absolutely knew it. Okay, so you prime the engine a little bit.
Oil pressure's coming up.
What you're supposed to do, I'm an idiot. What you're supposed to do is flip the starter on, 9 to 15 blades, turn the magnetos to
Engine
both,
stabilized.
then bring the fuel up to 50% or higher, and then continue to prime. Alright. Yeah, I called you a yoo-hoo. If you weren't in the military, Slow Death understands what I'm talking about. Alright, so let's do this properly now. Left engine, or engine number 1, we're going to turn the fuel pump on, prime for a few seconds. Engage the starter.
Engine 1 turning.
9 to 15 blades, then we're going to bring in the magnetos. Just right click to both, then bring your fuel mixture to 50% or higher. There we go, that's high enough. Continue to prime.
Engine 1 starting up.
Amazing how that works, right? Fuel mixture up to auto rich. There we go. Let it stabilize.
Oil pressure's coming up.
I knew I'd make a mess of things. Alright, now we got it going. Engines are running. We haven't even looked at the weather yet. Let's do weather while we're letting the engines warm up a little bit, shall we? I haven't even loaded the flight plan. Once you've created that flight plan, if you're using Active Sky 2016, click on flight plan right here. And now here's the thing. This is cool. So since we loaded that flight plan after we had everything up and running, you can see it put it in for us automatically. Right? Flight plan's in there, so there we go. Go to conditions, and our departure is... Wind is 0 at 0. I love it. That's fantastic. That makes it easy, right? So let's hop outside the aircraft. Let me show you why. I like zoom this way in or something, which makes it really squirrely. There's Shaker. Everybody say hi, Shaker. So we're going to take this runway right here, whatever it is. Okay, it's runway 24 because our wind is 0 and 0, right? That's fantastic. That makes it easy. Now, before we do that, however, what we want to do is move our yoke out of the way by clicking on that red thing and hop down here real quick. We need to set up our first VOR. Might as well do that before we do anything else, right? So we're going to use the nav1 radio, and we need to be on 114.30. All right? So, oh yeah, we got to turn it on first. Duh. There's like a big old cat hair sitting over here. Yeah. Radio master and inverter, or yeah, inverter and radio master, which is your avionics, needs to come on. This stuff will be in the before taxi checklist, but we're going to do it now anyway. Pitot heat's got to come on. There we go. Pitot heat is on. What else? Fuel pumps can both go off. And we need some... Nope, that's it. We're good. Alright. Now, we'll hop down here. It won't let you change the frequency on this thing until the radios are on. See, it changes now, right? So what we say, 114.30. So the inner knob here scrolls the small numbers. There's a name for this part of the frequency. Maybe our Army guy knows it, since you know he's so good on his ASVAB. Tell me what is this name of the frequency and this name of the frequency? Please inform us. But we're getting on good, Irish gaming guys. How about yourself? Oh, my nose just got all stuffy. Stupid allergies. Hold on a second. Alright. Once we've done that, we need to put our bearing in, right? Using our Omni bearing selector here. We want to fly 226 degrees. So this little knob right here, you can see it's at 340 right now. Scroll it to the left. All the way until it says 226. That's what we said, right? 226. Come on. So you can see that's not that far off from where we're pointing right now, 226 degrees, right? Okay, we're actually pointed at, let's see if it says it, a little tooltip thing. Well, either way, so that's the bearing we want to fly, 226 degrees. So what we do is when we take off at 240 something degrees for runway 24, we'll fly out, probably straight out and try and intercept straight away. We'll see how that works out.
Skipper, both engines are warmed up.
Both engines are warmed up.
Right, before taxi checklist, please.
And he went right into the before taxi checklist.
Inverters.
That's on.
Avionics.
Is on.
Magnetos.
Right and left are both.
Fuel pumps.
Is off.
Tail wheel.
Unlocked.
Flaps.
Flaps are up.
Mixture.
Auto rich.
Before taxi checklist complete.
Okay. Vortex checklist complete. Guess what I didn't turn on yet? Track IR. Hold on a second. What do you guys think of my hat? Pretty cool, right? Not very tactical, though. There we go. Turn that back off for a second. Little jump coming up here. And I think we're ready to go here. Shaker, you ready to go? Let's see what we... Did I miss anything over here other than... let's see. Come on, old girl, you can do it. Yeah, it was me. It was all me. Megahertz and kilohertz. Shaker MT beat you to it there, Slow Death. Upgrade to P3D. I won't do it. I have P3D. I don't like it. I think it sucks. No, you don't have to do a run-up, Chick Metal. You just need to make sure that they're warm. There is no run-up. Now, if there is, I don't have it. I don't have access to it. It wasn't in the checklist, but I don't think you need to do a run-up on these guys. So, all right. Shaker's ready to go. I'm ready to go. Track IR coming back on. Boom. And we need to be nice and high here so we can actually see. Bring those throttles up a little bit. So remember now, you have to, the tail wheel doesn't turn on this airplane, right? Come on, baby, let's go. Tail wheel doesn't turn. You have to use differential braking. Okay, are my brake? I'm gonna be really annoyed if this happened again. So I've been having a problem. Maybe one of you guys can explain this to me. FSUI PC. You can see that the profile is assigned, right? Well, the problem isn't there. Sometimes it's unassigning my rudder pedals. That's not the case here, so I guess the airplane just didn't want to move. Parking brake's off, right? Yep, it's off. Let's get that out of the way. Let's try this again. Maybe I just need more throttle to get going. She is a little heavy. We got a lot of fuel in her. Come on, you old beast. Let's go. There she goes. She's just heavy. So remember, differential braking to turn. Shaker, I'm assuming you're just going to follow me out. And you can also use asymmetric thrust. So right now I have more thrust on the left side than the right side. And that's helping me to turn the aircraft, right? And it's a bit of a pain to taxi. It takes a lot of getting used to. I would imagine with this particular aircraft, or for that matter probably with any tail wheel aircraft, you need a lot of practice. Shaker, I think we're going to do a intersection takeoff here. Why not? We've never done that before. All an intersection takeoff is, guys, is taking off from an intersection. So I do that all the time in the real world because actually let's go ahead and pull onto the runway and then we'll set up. So in the real world, you know, I fly a little Cessna, right? Okay, that thing gets up in the air really quick. It's very easy. You don't need a lot of takeoff room. So it's not uncommon for you to be assigned an intersection takeoff, especially if you're at an airport that has a lot of traffic with larger aircraft. So let's swing this bad boy. Shaker, go ahead and you can hop on the runway here with me, and then we'll go through our our before takeoff checklist. So you want to get her straightened out. Once you got her as straight as you can, go ahead and cut the throttles back, bring her to a nice easy stop here. Remember, we got passengers in the back. Track IR coming off, little jump here. Make sure I haven't missed anything important in the comments. I have tried out X-Plane. As a matter of fact, Irish, I have X-Plane 11, not just the demo. I actually have X-Plane 11, and I'm having problems with it. Now, it is still technically beta, but for some reason, even when I'm getting 60 frames a second, it's very choppy. So there's some clear issues there, so I won't be flying it until whatever that is gets fixed, because clearly, I've got a system that should be able to run it, and it's 64-bit, right? Okay, let's take care of our before takeoff checklist. We can do more chatting once we're in the air.
All right, before takeoff checklist.
Before takeoff checklist. Mixture.
Auto rich.
Prop control.
High RPM, trim.
Gotta bring the trim up a little.
Set and checked.
Flaps.
Set and checked.
Cowl flaps. Set trail. Landing lights.
Both on.
Pitot heat.
On.
Fuel pumps.
Both on.
Before takeoff complete.
Alright. That's our before takeoff checklist. Now, for our takeoff, we're going to start out, we're going to hold the brakes. We're going to run the manifold pressure, that's this guy right here, up to about 30 inches HG. And then we'll release brakes using the toe brakes or differential brakes to kind of keep us straight at first, light on the braking. She will pull to one side or the other, I guarantee it. And then we'll bring it up to 40, anywhere from 40 to 42 inches, so right in here, okay? And then it is, I believe, at 60 knots, the tail wheel should come off the ground, but at 40 knots, you can push forward on the yoke to help bring it up, makes it easier to see, right? And then you're going to rotate around anywhere from 80 to 100 knots, and then we want to climb at about 120 knots. As we're climbing out, we'll go to 36 on the manifold pressure, 2,350 RPMs, and then we'll talk about cruise when we get there. We all tracking on that? Shaker, you ready to go? Let's see. Easy's on here. What's up, Easy? Everybody say hi. Easy's in the house. So sometime in the, what do you think, Easy? Probably in the next 30 days, we're going to have an announcement for everybody that should be really exciting. I'm thinking 30 days, Easy. You let me know. Shaker's ready to go, so here we go. Brakes. I'm holding down the brakes. Oh, track IR on. Whoop. Bring her up to about 30 on the manifold. Love the sound of these engines. There she is. We'll release the brakes. See where she's going, a little bit to the right there. Bring her up to about 40.
Now we're set. Here we go.
And it's cold out, so it's going to get up a lot easier. Now we'll start using the rudder as we speed up. And push that yoke forward. That'll help us out a little bit.
V1. Rotate.
And we're off. Look at that. Woohoo! Landing gear coming up. We want to climb at about 1,000 feet per minute and 120 knots. And as you can see, we are right of course. Right of our course. Right? So we can hold this heading for now. Let me get things set up here. I never even set up the autopilot, so we're going to hand fly for a minute until I get settled. Climbing just a little fast there. Okay, let's go ahead and set up our climb now. 36 inches on the manifold. Right about there. And then on the RPMs we want 2350. Whoop, that was too far, way too far.
After takeoff, checklist, please.
After takeoff checklist. Landing gear. Gear up and lock, no lights. Flaps. Flaps retracted. Landing lights.
We're going to skip that one.
Next item, please.
Fuel pumps.
Is off.
After takeoff checklist complete.
Trim down just a little bit. We want to get her to about 120 knots, which is going to be this yellow line right here. Okay, and we're in the clouds, so we have to watch our instruments closely. Trim her down a little more. She's heavy. Might have to climb a little bit slower. Now, interestingly enough, if you look at our GPS here, let me make that a little bigger for you. This shows us headed away from the course, right? Which we don't want. So we need to swing over here. That'll help us out. Let me get that back out of the way. So the GPS is handy. They didn't have it, of course, but we're going to take advantage of it. Alright? So we're going to swing over here because we need to go to the left in order to catch our radial there. Level her out. So this is our heading, right? This is not our heading indicator. Remember that. This is our Omni bearing selector. Alright, so our heading indicator shows us just around 210 degrees, and we want to fly, we set at 226. That's what we set this guy at, 226. So we could actually go a little more left to intercept that a little bit quicker, so let's do that. I'm hoping Shaker can see me back there and he's just following suit. Oh, I wanted to make a note, and I'm glad Easy's on here. So listen, last time we did it, it's been 2 weeks since we did a live stream. Last week I spent time with the family. That's why I didn't fly last week. It was about family time. But anyway, the week before when we flew, 4 people were able to fly on FS Cloud. Let me turn track IR off. So 4 people were flying on FS Cloud, and we got a lot of great pictures, and I uploaded a bunch of pictures onto Facebook. And then like a day or 2 later is when I got the pictures from Easy, because he took a bunch too, and I never got to upload those. At first I just forgot, and then I felt like it was maybe too late to upload them, right? So first of all, my apologies to Easy. Of course he already knows that because we talk regularly anyway. But the pictures from that last live stream and this live stream are going to be uploaded this time. So Easy's pictures are going to be up there. He took a lot of great ones. I want to get those up there as well. So just an FYI for you guys. My apologies for that. So you can see right now we're flying about 190 degrees, give or take just a little bit, and that's so that we can track, we can come over and get onto our course here, which this thing's going to start swinging here pretty quick. You'll see. Here's a pillow. I don't even know what you guys are. Do I even want to know what you guys are talking about? Alright, swinging over. And Anchorage is not that far out from where we're at either, the Anchorage VOR, right? So, see that thing's swinging now. Alright, so we'll start turning to 226 degrees. Watch our vertical speed there. Shallow out that turn just a little bit so we don't cut underneath it. Yeah, we cut underneath it a little bit. Coming back to the left just a little. Alright, let me set up this autopilot here real quick. Let's see, autopilot altitude's going to be 14,000. I suppose I can show you guys how I'm doing this, right? So the autopilot on this thing is on here, right? So I just set the autopilot to 14,000. Alright, let's turn a little more to the right here though, so we can track that VOR. Our heading is going to be 226 degrees. So what we could do is we could just say west and then scroll it down. That's just the way he's got it set up, makes it nice and easy. Okay, and we overshot the VOR just a little bit, that's alright. And then our vertical speed will actually be at 1,000 feet per minute to start with. And that is it. So let's turn autopilot on. Make sure we hit altitude and heading. You got to highlight them like that. There we go. It's going to turn to 226 degrees. And we can actually turn it a little bit more to the right to track that VOR properly. Let me get that out of the way there. It always freezes for a second when I do that. It's kind of weird. But we're almost on top of that VOR. We're not that far from it, so the thing's going to swing a little wild no matter what we do. So I'm just going to turn here to 240. And then our next heading is going to be 205 degrees, right? So as we cross over the VOR, I'm just going to change my heading to 205 degrees to start with. Then we'll worry about changing the frequency to the next VOR, okay? We'll just start by switching or turning to 205 degrees. So right now, based on the GPS I'm looking at here, we're almost headed straight for the Anchorage VOR. We're still going to be a little left of it, and that's fine. Let's take just a second. Let's look at any comments that I need to address here. Let's see. Major, huge, massive announcement. Yeah, absolutely. You guys are going to absolutely flip. And I think, I think maybe the original announcement should be via live stream. What do you think? I think maybe we'll do it via live stream. I think we'll be announcing on Facebook. We'll be announcing on Captain Mac YouTube channel. But I think maybe the initial announcement will be here on the live stream. Let's get Easy's thoughts on that. Okay, we're just about to cross over the Anchorage VOR. Oh, Chicken Metal wants a pillow. Okay. Gotcha. Back after a while for Irish Gaming Guys is fantastic. I don't know how long ago he wrote that, but I love it when he shows up. Fantastic. I look forward to having him back. He gets a pretty good conversation going, and he always hosts my live streams on his channel, which I think is just awesome. I think that's really cool, so I really appreciate that. What else we got here? So we're looking good. Now remember, as we get higher, our manifold pressure is going to decrease. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, because right now, look at our speed. Okay, so this happened to me last time too. So I'm going to lower my vertical speed on my autopilot settings over here down to 0, and let's get some speed back. Okay, the airplane's heavy, right? And we need to turn to 205 degrees now. Stuff happens fast, doesn't it? Okay, so we've crossed over the VOR. You can see it's got an away flag now, right? It's got an away flag. So we're to the left of it, so we don't want to turn to 205. We're going to turn to 215 until we catch that radial, and then we're just going to track it outbound for the moment. I don't know why it overshot 215, but we're just going to track it outbound for the moment. That's all. We're going to track that VOR outbound, and once we get on course, tracking that radial outbound, then we'll switch to the other VOR and track it inbound. That's the easiest way to do it, in my opinion. So, Easy's back, and he says, yes, live stream announcement. So, keep an eye on Facebook in about probably the next 30 days. That's what we're thinking, probably 30 days. I will do a post on Facebook that will be an announcement for a live stream for an announcement. That sounds kind of funny, but that's what we're going to do. So I'll announce a live stream, and during that live stream, Easy and I will be making a huge announcement that I think you guys are going to absolutely freak out over. I think it's fantastic. Alright, speed's coming back up. Let's go ahead and start climbing. Let's climb at 500 feet per minute. I think that's what we're going to have to do because we're a little heavy. So, we haven't done, yeah, we did the F checkup checklist. So listen, Shaker, I think what we're going to do is we're going to climb up to, let's take it up to 9,000, because I put a lot of fuel in. Let's take it up to 9,000, we'll level off there for a little while, and then we'll fly that for a little while, and then we'll see from there. We'll do a step climb. Sound good? So I'm going to adjust my autopilot to 9,000 feet. And then we'll step climb to 11 after a little while, and then probably just go from 11 to 14. I'm sorry, that's wrong. Not 9,000 feet, 10,000 feet, because we're flying even numbers here. So there's this little phrase. This actually annoys me. I think this is one of the stupidest things on the planet. I don't know who came up with this, but whoever did should be squarely punched in the face. So when you're flying VFR, and of course we're flying IFR, but we're not using ATC. I'll use VFR rules and just know it's a difference of, well, no, we'll use IFR rules, that's fine. So when you're flying IFR, when you're flying IFR, even though we're not using ATC, this is how ATC assigns you. If you're flying west, they'll assign you elevations in even 1,000-foot increments, so 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, and so on, right? And then when you're flying east, it'll be odd increments. So 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, so on, right? And then for VFR, which kind of we're technically flying VFR since we're not using ATC, then it's flying westbound is even plus 500. So it would be 2,500, 4,500, 6,500, and so on, and that's how they separate VFR and IFR traffic. Okay, but here's the thing. So you're always trying to remember when I'm headed anywhere on the west side of the compass, okay, which we're headed on the west side of the compass, it's even, and when it's on the east side of the compass, it's odd. And the phrase they came up with, this just boggles my mind. I would have done it. I would have said, okay, east is even. Right? So if you're flying eastbound, you're at even increments. So 2, 4, 6, 8, or 25, 45, 65, so on, right? East is even. No. They decided to make westbound even, and then the little phrase they came up with for you to remember this is so retarded. They said, east is odd, but west is even odder. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. That is the phrase you were taught to remember whether or not you're supposed to fly even or odd for VFR. East is odd, west is even odder. How absolutely retarded is that? When you could have just said east is even and that's it. That's all you got to remember. If east is even, then you know west is odd, right? But no, east is odd, but west is even. I couldn't believe it. Yes, it's going to be epic for sure. I have mail. I have mail. I like mail. And I also have very long messages from Easy. Let's see. Okay, I'll have to look at it in a little bit here, Easy. Alright. So, our speed's about 120. We're looking good. We got about 1,000 feet to go until we level off. This thing should start moving here eventually. I don't know why it's not moving already. We should, I mean, it's kind of weird that it's not, to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and switch to the other VOR here. So we're going to track inbound on the ENA VOR at 205 degrees, and the frequency is 117.60. So move this up to 60, and move this up to 117. And we hop back up here. So now it shows us inbound, and all of a sudden we're way to the right, of course. This is one thing that drives me nuts as far as as far as tracking VORs in FSX. It just seems like they're so far off. We should, if it's to the left, we should have been already tracking to the left of the other VOR. So we need to turn left here, substantially so. So we're going to turn to 185 degrees until we track inbound on that VOR. So there you have it. Now, we got a long flight ahead of us, which means time for some chat, folks. Otherwise, this is going to get really boring. Once we hit 10,000 feet, I'll also go ahead and turn off the landing lights, and we'll set up our cruise. We're actually almost there, so we'll do that here in a second, and then you guys can chat away in the chat room. So 185 is what we're flying right now, just about to 10,000 feet. Let's reset our altimeter for wherever we're at. There you go. I need energy drinks, people, because I'm old, right? Okay, starting to level off. So as it's leveling off here, and I didn't make any adjustments, but you can see that our manifold pressure dropped, and I didn't make adjustments because I didn't do that on purpose. I just forgot because I was too busy talking. All right, so we're at about 32 on the manifold pressure, and we want to be at 30. So let's just roll that back a little bit here to 30. And we've got a digital readout on that same thing where the autopilot is, right? So that's 30.5 right there. That's good. And then 2050 on the RPMs, right? So we can bring that down. I'm probably going to run it just a little bit higher, though. I'm going to run it at 20. I'm going to try for 2200. If I can get it to settle at 2200.
You guys are sure lucky you don't have to wear a girdle.
Well, we wouldn't mind if you took yours off.
There we go, 2200 RPMs. So that's what we're going to fly it at, 2200 RPMs. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on our fuel. My phone is blinking away over here. Twitter's going bonkers. I don't know why. Got tons of emails that I'll have to look at later. This guy just released a video. More emails, and we're done. Checked. All right. Let's see here. Is it going to track this VOR? It should. We should see that needle moving pretty soon, to be honest with you. There's like no chat going on here, guys. What's the deal? Chat, talk, have a good time. We're supposed to be having fun here. That's the idea, right? Why is this needle not moving to track this VOR? This is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm gonna make a crazy move here. I'm gonna turn substantially to the left. I want to track this VOR. This is ridiculous. So I'm going all the way to 165. All right, which is 40 degrees. That's pretty far. Because I want that needle to move. I want to start tracking that VOR. We're only 23 nautical miles from it. So why is it not? I mean, that thing should be going bonkers right now and swinging all over the place because we're 23 miles from it. It's a little ridiculous, to be honest with you. Shaker, you still out there? Let's see if Shaker's out there. There's me. There's Shaker. Check him out. I love this. That's what's really cool about FS Cloud, you guys. So when it works right, which it seems to be right now, you can see that there's Shaker making his turn to follow me. It's really cool, right? I think it's awesome. In case anybody's wondering, the DC-3 did have an autopilot in it. It wasn't quite as fancy as the setup we got over here, but I forget which controls it is. It's like this thing back here or something. The autopilot was like kind of a weird little setup. It was nothing like the autopilots we have now. There it is. There's the autopilot master right there. So it was nothing like the autopilots we have now. So just burnt a little fuel, not much. We're not using the ox tanks yet, so no big deal there. That is not the button I wanted to push. If we swing over here, wow, not quite so far, huh? So you can see we're on left main here. That one's on right main, and then we'll switch those to auxiliary if we need to. I don't think we're going to need to. I think we got plenty of fuel. I cannot believe we're still not tracking inbound on this VOR. This is absolutely ludicrous. Let's see what happens if we just switch to GPS and then hit nav lock, I think. Yeah, I'm going to fly it as GPS. I don't know why it's... See, look, all of a sudden the VOR is off to... Come on. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, Shaker, switch it over to GPS mode and click on nav lock on your autopilot. We'll just fly it via the GPS because for whatever reason it doesn't want to track the VORs. Now, I understand. I prefer to fly the VORs. I mean, that's the idea here. But for whatever reason, it's not tracking these VORs right now. That doesn't make any sense. If you look here... Look on the GPS. This is, I just use this as an indicator, right? Look how far to the left of the course we are. But it was saying that we were still to the right of the course. And then as soon as I switch it to GPS mode, it says that we're left of course, which of course we are, right? So I don't know why it's doing that. I don't understand, but it is what it is. So what do we got going on? Oh, we finally got some chat going on here. Fantastic. What's Shivam's fault? VPA's on board. Good afternoon, sir. Great to have you here. You've only seen one 777 video on my channel. Did I even put a 777 video on there? I didn't even... I'm trying to remember now. I don't remember doing a 777 video. At all. Ever. I do want to do some 777 videos. In fact, I think I need to do a full flight tutorial on that thing pretty soon. Here's the deal, guys. I've got like a backlog of stuff to do, number one, and number two. You saw it when I did when I was starting up this aircraft. This one's easy. This is an easy airplane. It really is. And yet, I fly so many different airplanes, and some of them are very complex. You got the FS Labs Airbus that was donated by Shaker. You've got. Hold on a second. We need to check our temperature here. Okay, temperature is good. I was just checking to see if I need to turn carb heat on. Okay, so FS Labs Airbus donated by Shaker MT. I've got the PMDG 737 NGX. I've got the iFly 747. I've got the Quality Wings 757. I've got the A2A Constellation, again donated by Shaker MT. All these different complex aircraft that I fly, I do full flight tutorials on them. I do lots of flights on them. The Majestic Dash 8, my lord, is that thing complex. And so it's hard to remember everything to do with all these airplanes. Like there's a lot of information to remember. And then if you're not flying it regularly, like when I did a bunch of flights in the Dash 8, it became really easy because I was doing it all the time, right? And then I haven't flown it in a long time. I'll have to go back and watch my own tutorial on that thing to remember how to fly the airplane. I mean, there's just that much information. So the 777 I haven't flown in a long time. I do want to get some videos in the 777. I don't remember doing an actual video. I did a couple of cinematic videos. I did one to honor veterans. It was called Honor Flight, and I did another one to honor the firefighters who died on 9/11. That was called Remember. And those are just purely cinematic videos, and those both have 777s in them. But other than that, I don't think I've done any actual 777 flights. So I need to spend some time in the 777, get to know it again, do a full flight tutorial, and then we'll definitely be doing some flights in it eventually. There's so many airplanes to cover. It's impossible to actually, especially the way my series are set up, right? So Life of Virtual Airline Pilot, you've got you've got a rank structure, certain aircraft you can fly. We're trying to get over to Europe. We just finished the Christmas challenge over there with Phoenix Virtual Airways. So then you go over, flying with National. I can fly anything, but I don't get a lot of opportunity to fly those flights there. And then you've got live streams in there, and then now the Constellation and around the world in the Connie series, which we've got 2 episodes in on that now, and I'm looking forward to the next one. So there's just so much going on. It's just hard to keep up sometimes as far as videos and stuff are concerned. And then you have to remember too, I work a full-time job. I'm also working on trying to build a business. I'm also working on something with Easy that's going to be a really big deal, and I've got a family. So somebody asked me in the last live stream, they said, how do you find the time? I don't know that I do sometimes. It's really hard to find the time. But I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It's a great hobby. And so I'm always going to keep doing it. But that's why occasionally there won't be a video release. You know, a week, usually I release one a week. Every once in a while I don't get one out. Sometimes I get 2 out, whatever. So I know that's a long roundabout answer, but yes, you will absolutely see more 777 videos on my channel at some point. And I'm hoping to get to a point where I can do 2 or 3 videos a week, and each of those will be different aircraft, so it'll cover a nice wide spectrum. That's what I'm really hoping for. So we'll just have to wait and see on that, right? That's going to require that would be a full-time job. So if I ever get up to like 100,000 subscribers and I make enough money off of YouTube to support my family and replace my current income and all that, I'll be doing this full-time because I enjoy it that much. But until that time, you guys are stuck with what you got. So I hope that answers your question. Shaker's coming up behind us. Let's see. Yeah, that is weird on the VORs. I don't know what's going on with them. I haven't really had this issue in this airplane. I have run into this issue in the A2A Constellation. It does not track the VORs properly, in my opinion. And the to from flag does not flip to the from position, and this is in the Constellation. And it will not track an ILS on Nav1. Now, I don't know if that's an accurate simulation of whether or not, of tracking the ILS. I don't know if that's the way that aircraft actually worked. You had to go to Nav2, but I didn't see it written in the manual. So I've had a couple of debates with A2A. I really love that Constellation, but there are some things that really annoy me about it too, like the whole flight engineer thing. I made some statements in my full flight tutorial on the flight engineer for the A2A Constellation. I said, look, see all these items on this checklist, he doesn't do any of them. And I assumed he would do them because when you first give him control of the flight engineer station, he does all of the pre-flight stuff, all the pre-start stuff. It's a whole checklist of items. He does all of that. So that automatically gives you the assumption that every time you are going through a checklist that has flight engineer functions, that he's doing those functions, right? Like during climb out, your checklist says, command your flight engineer to take control of the throttles. Okay? Now, after talking with A2A, they literally just copied the checklist right from whatever manual they have access to, and that's what they put in there. Well, that's all well and good, but how do I command the flight engineer to take control of the throttles? Well, I don't, because he won't do it. I have to do it. And I don't have a problem with that, except that it's not clear in the manual. So I made the statement in the full flight tutorial. I said, he doesn't do any of this stuff. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or what, but he doesn't do any of this stuff. And so somebody went onto the A2A forums and referenced that video and said, hey, is there something wrong with the flight engineer? This guy did a video on it, and he's saying he doesn't do blah, blah, blah. And so the guy from A2A goes into the comments section on YouTube and basically starts telling me all the things I did wrong during the startup. Okay, I did a few things wrong. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And I made corrections on that video. If you haven't seen it, there's some little pop-ups that just show what my mistakes were in the corrections. And so what he said, though, was he said that because of the mistakes I made and the things that I did, that's why the flight engineer didn't do what he was supposed to. That's what he said. So I thought, okay, so I'm right that the flight engineer is supposed to do all these items, right? So what I did is offline, I went through the full startup procedure following what he said I was supposed to do, doing it exactly how he said I was supposed to do it, and the flight engineer still didn't do anything. And after 3 or 4 times of going through the startup, the flight engineer actually started doing less of the things that he was supposed to do. Well, after making my corrections, I went into the A2A forums and I posted in there and I was like, hey, and I posted it in the YouTube comments too. I said, hey, I'm doing what it's supposed to. He's still not doing A, B, C, and D. And the other guy in the forums posted in there, he said, look, he made his corrections, but the flight engineer's still not doing this stuff. And then, so this guy says, he says, you know, it's reasonable to assume that he would do that. And the guy from A2A, and this is what actually pissed me off, and I think this was out of line. And I'm not trying to badmouth A2A. They're one heck of a company. They make some amazing aircraft, and the Constellation's amazing. But the way this guy approached this is what ticked me off. So he says to this other poster in the forum, he says it's not reasonable to assume that because no developer creates their program to do that, where, you know, somebody else does the work for you, basically. Well, you're wrong there, because FS2 Crew has built an entire business model off of that very thing. So it certainly exists. Maybe aircraft manufacturers don't typically program it into their aircraft, but it certainly exists. But then he goes through and he continues on his post and he says, the flight engineer's not supposed to do those things. And we never intended for him to do those things. And I'm like, wait a minute. You basically just got done telling me on my comments section that he didn't do them because I did it wrong. That's what he said. And then now you're turning around and you're saying he didn't do it because he's not supposed to do it because it wasn't designed for him to do it. Well, you see where I have a problem with that. This is my biggest issue with the A2A Constellation right now. There's little quirks and stuff like that, like the altimeter setting on the co-pilot side. It doesn't actually, the altitude will adjust based on the altimeter setting, but the little window doesn't actually change the altimeter setting. You know, things like that. It's not a big deal. It doesn't track VORs very well. It's not the end of the world. But for somebody from A2A to be coming in there and saying, you did it all wrong, that's why it's not working, and then when I go back, make the corrections, fix my mistakes, which that's fine, I don't have a problem fixing my mistakes, then he turns around and says, well, he's not actually supposed to do that stuff. Why didn't you just say that in the first place? Hey, let me point out a few things that were incorrect in your startup procedure. No problem. Oh, and by the way, the flight engineer was designed to do A, B, C, and D, and that's it. Roger that, but he didn't do that, and that's what's got me ticked off with this guy. He's in the forums. It looks like he's attacking this guy. Now, don't get me wrong. We managed to have a decent conversation about it. You know, he wasn't. I don't think he was trying to be a jerk, but I think he contradicted himself, and I think it made him look kind of like a jerk, and I think it reflected poorly on the company. Don't tell me that the flight engineer didn't do it because of mistakes I made, but then turn around and say, well, the flight engineer doesn't actually do it. Everybody tracking what I'm saying? Anybody disagree with me on that? What do we got in the comments over here? Let's see. An approach dangerous. Oh, on unusual, difficult, and dangerous approaches, I did a 777. Which one was that on? Which approach was that? Oh, that was into TNCM, wasn't it? Okay. All right. A shared Aerosoft A320 cockpit flight. I would, except Easy and I have actually tried to set that up a bunch of times, shared cockpit, and we can never get it to work. And I think it has something to do with ports on my router that are closed, and I can't figure out. And I've tried that 100 times over, and it's never worked. Easy wants me to check my text. Let me check my text here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, let me ask you guys this. Are you guys interested in getting a taste of the big announcement that Easy and I plan to make in about 30 days? And keep in mind, by a taste, I mean, I'll give you the general scope of it, but I will not give you any details right now. If you guys are interested, say so down in the comments. There's only 5 people in here right now, so but I'm not going to tell you the details of it. I'll give you the general scope of it and see what you guys think. Shaker's all about it. It's a shame we were up to like 11 people. That would have been a great time to do it. Boo? What do you mean boo? I guess Chicken Metal doesn't want to hear it, so I guess we can't. I guess we can't. No taste of the announcement. Chicken Metal says boo. So everybody say thanks, Chicken Metal. Good times. Good times. How we looking here? Let's see. Our ground speed really sucks. Oh, you know what? We should move our... I didn't do this last time either. If you center click on those, they should move together. And let's move them to auto lean. There we go. See, that picks everything up a little bit, and that'll pick up our ground speed a little too. I forget to do that every time. You want all the details. Not gonna happen. We can't give all the details right now. Somebody will steal the idea. So I guess if you can't handle it with just some of the details, then I guess we just have to wait. Oh, you just can't please some people. Shaker's gonna get the announcement via private message, however, because he wants to know without knowing all the details. That's coming straight from Easy there. Easy's gonna PM him. Don't stick your tongue out at me. That's not nice. Oh man, if you're watching this as a video right now, this interaction obviously is taking place on the chat, which I have going on my laptop over here. So Chicken Metal is upset that I won't give full details on the announcement, and so she stuck her tongue out at me on the little thing there. We're up to 6 people now. 6 people in here. Shaker special, yeah. VPA says some of us have an idea. Do you fly on one of the VAs with us there, VPA? Where did you get the idea? Wait, who's VPA again? We need to change people's like screen names on here. Make it a standing rule. You must have a screen name or a signature that tells me who you are. I'd still get confused. How far do we got to go here? Flight plan. Only 474 nautical miles to go, guys. Not bad, right? Not bad. Oh, we don't need to do that. We need to do that. There we go. Well, I don't know, guys. We need to talk about something here. 474 nautical miles to go. We're looking at about 2.5 hours. So unless you want to sit here and stare at me for 2.5 hours, which I'd probably take a nap, we're gonna have to talk about something. Oh, Steve for Tuesday flights. Okay. So yep, VPA definitely knows a little something about it. So it seems right now that Shaker's got some details, and VPA's got some details, and Chicken Metal gets nothing because she stuck her tongue out at me. That's what you get. Wow, I just heard something go bang upstairs. My kids like to jump off the bed. Of course they do, because they're little, right? So jumping off of everything is important. And when you're upstairs and they jump off the bed, it's not that big of a deal. But when you're down here, it sounds like a bomb just went off. It's like insane. Boy, those are some seriously clear skies, aren't they? Is my weather just like not... See, look, this says it's foggy. What am I missing here? Why is my weather not showing up? It says it's connected. That's kind of weird, right? Closest station conditions. Now it says crystal clear. Like no clouds at all. So I guess it is connected. Interesting. Current interpolated weather. Current conditions at aircraft position. Clear. Yes, we can definitely see that. What are they at the destination? Clear. That's like the clearest weather in the world. Is it ever actually that clear in Alaska, especially in the winter? That's insane. How's that even possible? My internet is spotty? Well, that's a shame. I forget where you're at, Chicken Metal. I know you told us once before. Like in Ohio, right? Ohio? Is it Ohio? Yeah, I think she's in Ohio. And she works at an airport, which is awesome. She works at the FBO at an airport out there. Shaker, you talking about Alaska actually gets this clear during the winter sometimes? That's madness. I couldn't imagine. I wouldn't think that would ever happen. So here's what I'm thinking, Shaker. If you look out the windscreen there, you can see we got some mountains off in the distance. And because the weather for Active Sky 2016 really is much more realistic, I think what we need to do is we need to make our step climb here at least a couple thousand feet pretty soon, so we don't catch any downdrafts that make life miserable on the other side of those mountains. So let's go ahead and let's step climb here. I'm going to bring the power up first. Bring it up to 36. And then let's take our altitude up to 12,000. We'll climb at 500 feet per minute. Shivam's serving beverages to everyone but Chickamel now. Well, everybody's picking on you today, aren't they? See, that's what you get for saying boo. Good time. I noticed Shivam never chimed in whether or not he wanted to hear about it, so I guess he just figured whatever. So now everybody can say thanks, Shivam. Alright. Now she's crying. What is that ugly face you just put on there? It's like a troll or something. Where do you guys find those things at? Shivam didn't even hear the question. He's like, chimed in for what? Good times. Hey, Mr. Chubbikins, come over here. Oh, what's up, buddy?
Is it your money?
Is that my money?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But can I have it?
Can you have it?
Yes.
Why?
But then I want some more money.
You want more money? What are you going to buy with it?
A toy.
You're going to buy toys?
Yeah.
With that?
Yeah.
Well, that might be enough for one Lego.
I have more money in my piggy bank.
Oh, you have more money in your piggy bank?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, you can talk to them. Look, you're on the camera right there.
Alright.
Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
They can hear you, too.
How?
Because, see this? Look, because they can hear you through that even when I'm wearing it.
Weird.
Weird? You're weird.
No, you are.
Let's see. You have 8, but wait, you actually have more than that. Let me show you. Watch, let go. Put them down. These two, those are worth 25. Hold on. These are worth 10, and these are worth 1. So 25 and 25 is 50, plus 10 more is 60. Look here. Plus 10 more is 70. So from 70, that you've got these, count these, 70 what? 71, 72. You've got 74 cents. Like I said, that's enough for about one Lego. They're saying hi to you on there.
No.
Yeah, see? He says hello, and he said, Easy said, hello, future YouTube star. He's talking about you. He says you're going to be a YouTube star.
I know.
And then Chickamel wants to know if you're going to be a pilot one day. You want to be a pilot one day?
Yeah.
Yeah? What are you going to fly? Are you going to fly jets?
Yes.
Yeah? You're going to fly super fast jets and shoot things with them?
A toy.
Huh?
Of course.
Of course? Of course. Look, say hi to the camera.
Hi.
See? See your ugly face on there? We're flying a long, long way on this flight. You like our airplane? We got a cool airplane, huh? Because they've watched your videos.
How many people have?
How much people have watched your videos? A bunch.
Yeah.
I don't know. A couple hundred?
Oh, would that be that much? That much thing?
You remember I put one of your videos on my channel?
Yeah.
400 people have watched that video on my channel. That's insane, right? That's awesome! And we're gonna make another video soon, huh?
Yeah.
We're gonna keep playing Stranded Deep?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
We need.
And, wait, we have to get another controller and pretty soon we can play Call of Duty, huh?
Yeah.
You like Call of Duty? What's your favorite Call of Duty? Which one's your favorite? 5? I thought it was Black Ops 2.
Oh yeah.
You like killing zombies on there? Yes.
Hey!
Alright, off you go.
No. No, we don't want to step.
Say hi.
Hi.
And there's my beautiful wife too. Yeah, I told him he could come in. You want to come say hi? My beautiful wife is here as well. She's embarrassed to say hi. And she's done. We're flying. Alright, off you go, you little turd. No. You can come back in a little while though, okay? Yep. No, you won't. Go. Ah, my children. Such animals. Make him play Battlefield, Call of Duties for babies. Uh-huh. Oh, honey, everybody says hi to you. Huh? She says they should. Ashley wants to come say hi now. All of my kids want to come say hi now. Not like that. You want to come say hi? Why? Ashley says hi. Caitlin says hi. Everybody says hi. The door's wide open now. There's no longer any privacy here. We're up at 12,000 feet. Let's back our throttles off a little bit. We want to be at 30 on the HG. Ashley's excited to do our series Ashley Learns to Fly. Yeah, that's not mine, and we don't advertise here. So get out. Caitlin, close the door. There's something wrong with my family, I swear. Let's see here. Thanks for tolerating our big plans. I'll be sure to let her know, Easy. He got retired. Shoot Easy my number so he can text me. Alright. Please. Hi to the Mac family. Alright. Let's see here. I need to copy this. So now I'm trying to find Shaker's phone number here so I can give it to Easy. This is my life, people. Come on. Copy. And there's a sneeze coming here. Shoo! There we go. Told you it was coming. There you go, Easy. I just text Shaker's number to you. Whew! Goodness. Now we're up to 9 people now, and everybody that just hopped in missed all the fun. The whole family was in here saying hello. We're going to head right over that peak. I wonder if we're high enough. You think we're high enough there, Shaker? Or do you think we're going to catch some downdrafts? I think we're probably high enough. Oh, good times, good times, good times. Anyway, off we go. For those of you just joining us, we're on leg number 3 in in our flight or in our series called Flying the Hump. And what that is we're taking a DC-3 We're flying it from the United States all the way to Vietnam. Now, we're actually going to fly more legs than the original pilots did because, hold on, we need to climb. I'm looking at that peak and I'm saying, no, I don't think so. Alright, let's bring this up. Let's get a good fast climb in here. So I'm going to bring it all the way up. Nice, powerful climb. And let's take it up to 14, Shaker. And we'll climb at 1,000 feet per minute. Try and watch it closely. Okay, so anyway, flying the Hump is where they took a DC-3 from the United States all the way to Vietnam. Now, their legs were much longer than the legs we're flying because they would fly for like 10 hours each leg. We're not doing that. We're flying 4 to 5 hours. So we're on leg 3 of our journey, flying the Hump over to Vietnam. Now, interestingly enough, somebody mentioned in the comments when I uploaded a live stream video to YouTube that they thought flying the Hump was something else. And they put in the comments what it was, but I don't remember off the top of my head, so I'll have to go back and look at it. But that being said, that may give us an opportunity for a different live stream in this DC-3 in the future, a different series or a different version flying the Hump. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We've got I don't know, 400 something miles to go, maybe less than that. Let me see here real quick. No, 436 nautical miles to go to get to our destination today, flying to PACD. Once we're done with this series, we're actually going to do a couple of the around the world and the Connie flights as live streams. I'm having a good time with that. But I've already done my rant about the Constellation. Remember, this is my forum. I get to rant here. Somebody complained on one of my videos. They said that I rant too much or something like that. I was like, what are you talking about? That's what I do. So anyway, let's see here. Shaker, aren't you in my hub over there? An outside view of the two planes. I already went auto lean. Holy cow, we're gonna crash though. Look at that. Woo! It is not liking climbing at 1,000 feet per minute. Let's do that again. See how steep it got? That's that angle attack. I think I've mentioned that before. Man, that thing is zoomed way in, isn't it? I think I had to do that to see the other planes last time. And where's Shaker at? There he is. No, is that him? No, that's something on my that's something on my screen. You guys can't even see that. Where you at, Shaker? I don't see you out there. Let me look at the FS cloud map here. Well, it shows him right there with me. That's interesting. He's not above me. I don't see him down below me. We can jump to his airplane. There's his airplane. But you can't see me. And I can't go change the view up or down or anything with his airplane. It looks like his engines are at idle. That's one of those weird little things. It's not actually giving me the information on his engines. So, anyway. Hey, we made it up here without crashing. That's good at least, right? There's other people in the air around us. They're not flying with us. They're just flying on FS Cloud. Oh, he's way behind, back into my right. Okay. Just couldn't see him back there. So, sorry, Shivam. Couldn't see him. Alright. Let's see. Here we are, 14,000. That's where we want to be. Let's go ahead and start bringing those throttles back down. Let's put them back at 30. We never did change the RPMs. We probably should have taken them up a bit when we had the power increase, but we didn't. So, that's probably why we almost stalled. My fault. But we cleared the mountain. That was the issue. So the reason I was climbing was to clear this guy. No, where is it? Which one was it? Maybe it's still in front of us. This guy, right here. I wanted to make sure we were high enough over that peak there. That's why I wanted to climb up to 14,000. Where'd my airplane go? There it is. So we're going to clear it now, and Shaker's back there somewhere. We can't see him. He's too far back. Alright, so we're at 14,000. This is the cruise altitude we intended from the beginning. We did switch to auto lean, so that's good. We're not on auto rich anymore. Harry's on board easy. Does that mean he's gonna be joining us in our venture? That's awesome, by the way. We were planning on inviting you anyway, Harry. Harry's Shaker, by the way. That's why I keep saying Harry. Sorry, Harry. Gave your name away. I don't think he cares. All right. Well, guys, like I said, a couple hours to go here. We're gonna get some talking going on. What is it with the headwinds? We're always in a headwind. Everywhere I fly, does not matter which way I'm headed, I'm always in a stinking headwind. It's ridiculous. I don't think I'm actually in a headwind right now. We're in a tailwind. But it'd be nice if we were going a little faster, wouldn't it? How are we doing on our fuel burn over here? Let's take a look. We're doing fine. What do you say, Harry? What do you say we bring the speed up a little bit? We're running at 30 on the manifold, and what are we? 2200 on the RPMs. Let's bring the manifold up to 35. I know that's a bit of a stretch. And let's bring the RPMs up to 2350. Let's do that. Maybe you'll catch up eventually. This is going to give us a little more speed. It's going to burn more fuel too. Keep that in mind. Come on. There's 35. And then on the RPMs, let's go to 2350. So it's closer to what we would climb at, but I want to get some more speed out of it because this already takes a long time. It really does. And I don't mind it. I enjoy the time when there's good conversation going on. Most likely what will happen is just like happened in the last one. We'll sit here and I'll keep trying to prompt you guys to get conversation going, and it won't happen. And then when I'm on approach, everybody's going to have comments. That's what you guys do. You wait until I'm on approach in fog, like I was on the last one. Complete fog. I'm at 200 feet above the ground. You can barely see the ground. And everybody wants to talk now. Come on, guys. Clear skies. Beautiful scenery. 3 hours to go, whatever. Let's talk now. He's at 36 and 2450 trying to catch up. Well, good luck. Let me know how that works. What's your ground speed? Give me your ground speed, Harry. Well, we're gaining and losing viewers rapidly here. We were up to like 11. We're down to 6 again. I guess I'm not that fun anymore. Or maybe people are tired of seeing this for the live stream. I don't know. But we're gonna stick with this. I'm at 176, so you should catch up to me here eventually. And we're 130 nautical miles from AKN. And then from there, it's our longest leg to CDB, it looks like. So it's 286 miles from AKN to CDB, and CDB's right on top of the airport we're going to, so that'll work out well. Schlep rock, wowsy, woo woo. I don't even know what you're talking about, Easy. I mean, I know you're old, but wow. Oh, we lost another viewer. We're down to 5. People just don't like me anymore. I might get sad about that. Not really, because I'm just going to do this anyway. It's fun. I have a good time cruising around. Well, ground speed came up a bit. We're at 178, so that's good. Knocking a little bit of time off of the flight. We got plenty of fuel. I think I'm calculating fuel wrong or something, because we're not even going to burn all the way through our main tanks. Maybe I wrote the numbers down wrong or something. Maybe it was 400 pounds. Maybe that's probably what I did. Maybe it was 400 pounds and I wrote it as gallons, and that's the problem. Sometimes we make mistakes, people. Sometimes. It'd be fun to fly around Alaska in the real world, wouldn't it? That'd be a good time. I wouldn't mind it. Scenery's not too bad for FSX anyway. Now I know somebody's going to be like, oh, go to P3D, it's better. No, not really. Not really. The headwinds, he had a rain cloud follow him around. You have headwinds. 400 to 600 pounds an hour. So if we estimate on the high side, it's 600 pounds an hour. For a 5-hour flight, that would be 3,000 pounds. Plus you add in our extra. No, I calculated it right. How did these guys do 10-hour flights in this thing? They're better pilots than me. There you go. Whoever it is I see flying around on the map on FS Cloud, somebody named Jahns. He's like all over the place back there. Maybe he's getting ready to land. These mountains that we're over right now that span off to the right over there, this set, that is the Alaska Range. I don't know if there's any major significance to that, but there you go, the Alaska Range. Y'all learn something every day, right? We need a trivia question. That's what we need. Anybody got a good trivia question? Let's get some trivia going. I gave the trivia question last time. Somebody finally answered it, and I had the wrong answer. That was awesome. Come on, guys. I can't just randomly talk. I mean, I can, but that's going to get old after a while, isn't it? I should probably turn landing lights off. We're above 10,000 now, right? Oh, they are off. No, they're not. They're on. Now they're off. Told you. This thing is set up to drop parajumpers, but it doesn't work for us. It's just kind of weird. Probably something in the config file I got to change, right? Oh, they carried 55-gallon drums in the plane. That makes sense. The Flintstones. I watched the Flintstones when I was a kid. I don't remember that particular wowsy woo-woo thing. I remember Yabba Dabba Doo. Yabba Dabba Doo. Now watch, I get a copyright violation for saying that. There's something to talk about for a minute. Folks have been asking for a long time, am I ever going to do flights on VATSIM? And I've mentioned this before. I'm not bringing it up again. There are several, and I mean several being like 15 or 20 YouTubers that do flight sim videos, some very popular ones, who have randomly had either IVAO or VATSIM put copyright violations on their videos. I don't know what for, and I don't care. But they don't contact the individual. Now think about it for a minute. I'm flying on VATSIM. I've got a VATSIM ID. You know who I am. If I'm making a video doing that and you're watching that video, you know who I am. They don't contact these guys. They don't send them an email or a message and say, hey, this is the issue we have. No. They contact YouTube and put a copyright violation on their freaking YouTube channel. What does that do? Copyright violation instantly puts your account in a bad standing with YouTube. It limits your videos to 10 minutes, and it causes all kinds of issues. If you have a no-kidding copyright violation, all of your monetized videos no longer earn money until the violation's resolved, and on it goes. And this has happened a bunch of times with both IVAO and VATSIM to several YouTubers, and again, some of them very popular YouTubers. I have a problem with that. I have a serious problem with that. Okay? On several levels. Let's start with the fact that it's just shady. It's crap. What is your copyright violation for? You provide a service. It's a free service. It's open source. It's royalty free. What is the copyright violation for? Okay? I'm not using, if I was flying on VATSIM, or IVAO, it doesn't matter. I'm not using your name for the purpose of earning money. I'm using the program that you provide to everybody for free, royalty free. Okay? So I think it's shady. I think it's a shady business practice. I want to look at my temperatures here real quick. Temperature's a little low. We could go carb heat, but I don't think we need to. Our oil temp's real nice right now. Our cylinder head temp's real nice. I think we're going to stay where we're at. So anyway, that's issue number one. Okay, here's issue number two. And I know that Easy will agree with me on this, and I imagine most of you will. What the heck happened to the flight sim community? There was a time, way back when, I've been doing this for, don't know, 15 years now, probably. Yeah, about 15 years I've been doing flight sim. And there was a time when I first started, and for years after I started even, where this was a close-knit community. If you went somewhere like AvSim, they've got forums, right? And you went on AvSim and you ask questions, and you get tons of answers. Everybody trying to help out, everybody trying to get involved, everybody trying to be a part of the community. Organizations like IVAO and VATSIM were run by individuals who were, you know, willing and excited to help other individuals and you know, bring more individuals into the flight sim community and make for an enjoyable and friendly environment. What happened? What happened? Because now, if you go on to VATSIM and you say, hey, I think Blasey, I think that, you know, I think Orbix is a decent program, but I think it's overpriced and not worth the money. Okay, just as an example, let's just say you say something like that, and people are attacking you. I mean, they're going in there saying you're a freaking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You clearly don't know anything. Maybe you just shouldn't be doing flight sim. Blah blah blah. They go onto my YouTube videos and they say things like, you know, what, you think you're a real pilot or something? You think you're special? I've been doing this longer. You don't know anything. Blah blah blah. You know, and that doesn't happen often on YouTube, but you get my point, right? You take an organization like IVAO or VATSIM, you know, and they're attacking people who are using the program, and they're treating people like, and this is something that ticks me off. Okay, I hate this. All right, just because you've done something longer than somebody doesn't make you better than the other people doing it. Am I wrong? It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay? I've been doing this for 20 years. You've only been doing it for 15. You don't know anything. You could just shut up and sit down over there. I know everything. My way's right. My opinions are right. I'm better than everybody. Does anybody in the chat disagree with me? Does anybody think I'm making this crap up? Because I'm not. I know I'm not. I know Easy agrees with me. I know he does. You know, it's astounding to me how, and now let's understand something. We're not talking, you know, somebody might be thinking to themselves right now, well, you know, it's kind of this newer generation, but no, it's not. It's the guys it's the older generation. The guys who originally were the ones who wanted to build this community and have a great time with everybody and enjoy this hobby. Those are the guys who are acting like a bunch of jerks now. I get random questions about, you know, things that sometimes are really basic things on my YouTube channel, and don't misunderstand, I'm not bad-mouthing it. If anybody, if you guys haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, first of all, shame on you. But if you go on my YouTube channel, you will see that I address personally 85% of all the comments. 85% of all comments I personally address, whether it's just to say thank you for a compliment or to answer somebody's question. I respond to emails. Now, eventually there's going to come a time where I won't be able to maintain that, right? Because as it stands right now, I'm at 3,400 subscribers, okay? You know, hopefully there will come a day where I've just got so many subscribers and so many comments so quickly that it's just not possible. But the point I'm getting at is, why wouldn't I want to interact with these people, and why would I treat them poorly? Now, when somebody comes on there and puts a really crappy comment, I've had a couple that were really nasty. You guys never saw them because I just got rid of them. You know, but that's what I do. I'm not gonna have that crap on the channel. But what makes these people think they're better than everybody else? Let me give you another example. This has to do with YouTube, and I'm not going to use his name, but there's a particular YouTuber, pretty popular. I'll be fair and I'll say it's not Matt Davies. I get along with Matt Davies just fine. I've talked with him. Nice guy. So it's not him. But there's a popular YouTube guy out there who does predominantly flight sim stuff. And when I first started my channel, I'd been watching this guy's channel for a couple of years. I loved his content. It was fantastic. And I first started my channel. I sent him a message and I said, hey, I just started a channel doing some flight sim videos. Would absolutely love it if you could give me an endorsement on your channel to help boost my initial subscriber base, get some people over here taking a look. And he wrote me back and he said, I never endorse anybody's channel. Well, first of all, I think that's ridiculous. Okay, I've endorsed a couple of channels. I haven't had a lot of requests to endorse channels because I've got 3,400 subscribers, not 34,000. But I take a look at the content, and if I like it, you know, if it's good content, I'll endorse the channel. Why not? What's the problem with that, right? So he says to me in the email, he says, I don't ever endorse anybody's channel. He was polite about it. He's like, I hope you understand, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, no problem. The very next video he released, he gives an endorsement to somebody's channel. Hey, you got to go check this guy out. He's a buddy of mine. Great videos. Be sure to go over and subscribe to his channel. What? So I sent him another email. I said, hey, I said, I don't understand. And I wasn't nice about it, mind you. I was pissed. I said, I don't understand. You told me you don't endorse anybody's channel ever. And then the next video you release, there's an endorsement. Is there a particular reason you'll endorse that channel and not mine? And he wrote back to me, he said, well, we're part of a little group, blah, blah, blah. And he gets all pissy with me about it. We're part of a group. We do our thing. I endorse their channels and they endorse my channel, blah, blah. Well, you know what? Up yours. That's great, you're part of a little group. But what happened to the flight simulation community? Because that's what you're supposed to be representing. That's who you supposedly represent, is the flight simulation community. And you're a popular YouTuber. You've got a lot of subscribers. They go to your channel for content on flight simulation all the time. It's the community as a whole, and I'm part of that community. And I'm not just some freaking jerk off the street, right? Well, I guess I am, but you know, I don't treat people like crap. You know, I think I put pretty decent quality content out there. You know, and you get where I'm coming from. It's not like I'm going on here and I do nothing but cuss from start to end, and my videos are crap, and I'm just a complete jerkwad. I could see you saying, listen, I'm not going to endorse your channel because I don't agree with the way you behave or something like that. Hey, okay, that's fine, I get that. But none of that really applies. So what's the problem? It's because I'm not part of his little group. I'm not part of his little clique. When did we become cliquey in the flight simulation community? When did it become all about hooking up your boys and screw everybody else? When did that happen? That just blows my mind. And so I wrote him back again and I said, you know, I said, I get where you're coming from, and that's great that you guys have formed this little group and you support each other. But what about everybody else? No response. Because he doesn't give a crap about everybody else. He's got a nice subscriber base. He gets revenue from the ads on his videos. He endorses this little group of channels, and this little group of channels only, right? And because several of them are popular, they've got agreements with companies like PMDG and Aerosoft and stuff like that. And what happens is, when PMDG is going to release, say, their 747, and it goes into beta, these guys get the beta. They get it. I don't know if they pay for it or not, but they get the beta so that they can start putting videos up before anybody else. It's turned into this little political cliquey load of crap. So when I contacted PMDG, and I did, I said, hey, I run a flight sim YouTube channel. I use your products. I like your products. I think you make good products. I'd like to get in on the beta for, I think it was for the 747. I'd like to get in on the beta on this and be able to post some videos. But we've already got all our beta testers. I said, okay, I'm not even asking to be a beta tester. Can I get a hold of the beta version so that I can post some videos before its release for my subscribers? Nope, we only work with certain YouTube channels. That is what the flight simulation community, whether it be on YouTube, Twitch, whatever, is turning into. It's all about what clique are you part of. And I think it sucks, to be honest with you. I really think it sucks. You know? I don't know if he's on here. He usually hops in. Z-Walla. Been subscribed to my channel for a long time. Very supportive of my channel. Decided to start his own channel. Doing some X-Plane videos. told me that he started that channel because of what I've done with my channel, which I'm humbled that he did that. And he asked me if I'd take a look and give him a shout out. You bet I will. Absolutely. So I hopped over to his channel, gave him a shout out, and sure enough, I'm watching his first video. You know what he says in his first video? He says, I'm going to dedicate this first flight to Captain Mac because I wouldn't even be doing this if it weren't for him. Right? Now, if Z-Walla, and no offense to Z-Walla, I love him, but let's just say he never becomes popular, and I hope he does. I really do. I think he makes some great videos. But let's just say he never becomes popular. Does that mean I shouldn't endorse his channel anymore? Does that mean I shouldn't? Well, people don't like his videos, or he's not well known, so I don't want to say anything about him because it might affect my subscriber base. That's what people think about. How's it going to affect my subscriber base? Because now it becomes a money issue, right? I already told you I probably get every 4 to 5 months I get about $100 right now. Okay, that's with 3,000 subscribers. Okay, every 3, 4, 5 months it varies a little bit. All right. So imagine 70,000 subscribers. Okay, at 70,000 subscribers, and there's a few YouTubers out there that do just flight sim stuff or predominantly flight sim stuff that have 70 or more thousand subscribers. And I'll look at comments here in a second. 70 or more thousand subscribers. Okay, they make their living doing YouTube at 70,000 subscribers, and they make a pretty damn good living doing it too. Okay, if I'm getting $100 every 4 to 5 months, it compounds substantially as the subscribers go up, right? So if you look at a video, just pick any YouTuber, I don't care, who's got 70 or 80,000 subscribers, and look at a video they just released. Okay, I'll use Matt Davies as an example again. And again, I like Matt Davies. I get along with him great. I've chatted with him several times. When I asked him if he wanted to do a joint flight, he said, absolutely. Tell me what you want to do. We'll set it up. I just never got around to setting it up. It's my fault, not his. Right? Didn't hesitate. Not even for a second. He was like, absolutely. Absolutely, I'll do it. So he's a great example. He's got like, I think, 78,000 subscribers, I think. When he posts a video, within a few hours, he's got 30,000 views, right? Right? My most popular video right now is my Majestic Dash 8 Pro version cold and dark start tutorial. An hour-long video that walks you through step-by-step the process of starting Majestic Dash 8. That's my most popular video. It's been out for over a year. It's got 27,000 views, which is awesome to me. Okay? But Matt Davies will get 27,000 views in a couple of hours, which is great. He's got a huge subscriber base. So you can make money doing this, right? There are guys who have millions of subscribers who make a lot of money doing YouTube. And that's what it's turned into for some of these guys in the flight sim community is, well, you're not popular enough. There's no way I'm going to endorse you because that might make me look bad. Or I'm not gonna talk about anything that might offend somebody. You know, at the end of my videos, I wasn't doing it for a while, and I don't know why, but at the end of my videos, I always say God bless. Now, some of you may not agree with that. Okay? Who cares? I get people who come onto my channel and they say, hey, you shouldn't be doing this, or I don't like when you do that, or you need to do this better. Listen, if you don't like the content, don't watch it. I'm not trying to be a jerk here. I enjoy making these videos, and I enjoy making them for you guys. And I enjoy being a part of a community. You know, Easy, Shaker, these guys, we're part of the same community, and we're friends. We're friends in and out of the community. Right? In and out of the community, we're friends, and we're good friends. That's what it used to be for everybody. It's not. It's gone. What happened? That was a long rant. Let me see what we got in the comments over here. This thing's now the comments are going bonkers. Let's see here. Man. All right. It's because VATSIM is run by the same old men. Yep. That moderate the avsim.com forums. You're absolutely right, Slow Death, and it's really a shame that these older guys who were the ones who built this community, it's like all of a sudden they're like, well, these new guys coming in, we don't like the way they do things, so we're going to treat them like absolute crap unless they do it our way. Really? Are you serious? That's ridiculous. This will no longer apply with... Oh, somebody just posted another comment and the thing jumped down. Where are we at here? Now I gotta scroll back up. This will no longer apply with vPilot 2 because no one knows what traffic you use. Not entirely sure what you mean by that. Do you mean they won't know who it is that's on there? You know, and that may be true, VPA. Maybe they're not able to figure out who I am. But if I post a video using VATSIM, they're gonna know who I am based on my channel, right? And then they put the copyright violation on my channel, and that's where the problem is at. I would think they would welcome the advertisement too, Easy. I mean, seriously, that's kind of ridiculous. Let's see here. They're uptight, cranky old farts. Yeah, they really are sometimes, aren't they? Why do I step away from the stream at the wrong time? What's he ranting about now? Forum moderators and developers began to think more highly of themselves than they are. The fame went to their heads and they believe they are now a better class of simmer than anyone else. Absolutely. I couldn't have said it any better. And what a ridiculous way to think. PMDG is absolutely guilty of its slow death. Let's talk about PMDG for a second. I love their aircraft, don't get me wrong. They make some amazing aircraft. Somebody tell me, what is P3D? Don't worry, you don't have to answer. It's FSX. It's enhanced, and they've done a lot of great things with it to make it a more efficient program. But it's FSX. Alright? How come all of those companies were able to port their aircraft over to P3D with no problems, but for some reason PMDG couldn't? Bull. That's a load of malarkey in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I'm not a developer, I'm not a coder. Maybe I'm wrong, but the new 747 that they just released is $90 for FSX, and it's $135 for P3D. You're going to tell me there's that much more work between an FSX model and a P3D model when they share the same code? I doubt it. I doubt it. Let me scroll back up here. Yeah, it's really a shame. Some just have their heads stuck in the clouds. Yep. Keyboard warriors. Yeah, especially the trolls. I hate trolls, man. There are people who actually do that professionally. They are professional trolls. We'll talk about that another time. Matt is a good guy. I really like him, Shivam. I just like him. I think he's down to earth. He's straightforward. That's why his channel name is Matt Davies. He's very, very straightforward. When I first put my channel out there, I thought, do I really want everybody to have my name? I could care less now. My name is Michael. Yay. But he's just a very down-to-earth, straightforward guy, and he's smart. The guy's wicked smart. So I really like Matt Davies. I think he's fantastic. Who am I talking about? I was talking, Captain Walton. Welcome, by the way. I was talking about like VATSIM, IVAO, some of these older guys who have gotten into this mindset that because they've been doing it longer, they're better than people who haven't been doing it as long. That's that, and same thing on YouTube. There's like these cliques on YouTube now where if you're not part of our little clique, our little group, then we won't endorse your channel. We don't want anything to do with you. You stay over there. Let us build our subscriber base as high as possible so that we look better than everybody. Let's see here. Having issues with FSX. Hey, Shivam, if you get a chance too, as far as FSX goes, I don't know if you're a member of PVA or anything like that, but talk with Easy because he knows his stuff when it comes to tweaking that, let me tell you. Oh, you got the V3, Captain Walton? That's nice. Yeah, the FS community's gotten ridiculous. Man, you guys all have that new 747. I don't even have it yet. Wobblin' Goblin. Good evening to you as well. I like the name, Wobblin' Goblin. Hey, thanks. I'm glad you like the videos. I really appreciate that. What is the polecat? Is that your username on YouTube? Is that what you're telling me? No, you didn't join at a bad time, Wobbling Goblin. You joined at a perfect time, right in the middle of a Captain Mac rant. Let's see what else we got here. community has become so political it's not even funny. This community is all about who you know and who you are. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. I just think it's nonsense that people... It's just ridiculous. It really is. It's stupid. It's stupid. You know, I want to be part of a community that wants to include everybody. If you want to come into the community and act like a jerk, then you get shunned because you're acting like a jerk. But if you just genuinely want to be part of the community, that's what I want to see. And that's, you know, that's not what we see right now. It's really not. Yeah, way too much drama. People getting bent out of shape, thinking it's all about them. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Malarkey, hogwash. Yeah, I like the word hogwash. Good times, good times. Let's see here. What else we got? They said the licensing from Lockheed is why they charge that. Whatever. You know, maybe that's true. Maybe because Lockheed is one of the greediest companies on the planet. Don't even get me started on Lockheed Martin. Okay. Many of you know I actually work for the federal government, and I won't talk to. I've told people what I do, but the point is Lockheed Martin has tons of contracts with the federal government. They are a shady, greedy, disgusting company, and I absolutely despise Lockheed Martin. And it's a real shame because back in the day, Lockheed Martin was awesome. New platform for online flying. See, now, and I think Matt was one of the ones who suffered what I was talking about, Shivam, and I remember he was talking about doing something like that. And you know what? I hope that comes to fruition. I truly do. I'm sure Easy will help you out, Shivam. Oh, yeah, it was it didn't come up as an emoticon thing. It came, Wobbling Goblin, came up as just a word. Yeah, it should absolutely be about others and helping them out. Yeah, you know, Shivam, some VAs are really good about getting involved with their personnel. Some VAs they're just really, really big, and so I think a good example would be like Royal Dutch. I had some dealings with them, between them and PVA. I signed up to Royal Dutch and flew with them for a little while. You know, the structure of their VA is really good, but they've got a lot of pilots. I think when I joined, they were at like 2,500 pilots. It's really hard when you're bigger like that to be able to interact closely with all of your personnel. Now, that being said, you know, a good forum setup really goes a long way, I think, to helping to foster that good community. And you've always got two types of pilots, you know, or really three types of pilots. You've got the types that join a virtual airline. They get into the community. They're always in the forums, you know, answering questions, chatting it up, having conversations, and they just absolutely are constantly involved. I know that Easy's an individual like that. He's always involved in what's going on in the VA, and it's fantastic. And then you've got folks who join a virtual airline. They jump into the forums when they need help. Occasionally they'll comment on some conversations, you know, maybe give their 2 cents, and that's it. They're not heavily involved, but they're not completely uninvolved either. I'm a little more like that. Mostly it's a time issue. I used to be more involved like Easy is, but time just makes that really hard right now. And then you've got the pilots who sign up. They'll never even jump in the forums. They just want to be able to fly. They want the schedules. They want the structure, whatever the VA offers. And that's what they go do, and there's nothing wrong with that either. You know, but there's got to be some give and take in there too. You know, if you're that type of pilot who doesn't really like to interact, it's still a good idea to hop into the forums, introduce yourself, let everybody know who you are, maybe a little bit of your background, things like that. You know, and then people are going to respond to that. So take some time initially to get back in there, you know, and respond to, you know, they might have questions or just welcome aboard. Be sure to go in, give them a thanks, things like that. Just so that, you know, it may not be intentional, but you might come off like you're being a jerk if you don't do that, right? And so just so that there's no confusion or, you know, no misunderstandings about, you know, your character or anything like that, it's always good to go back into those forums, you know, just to remind people you're still around, thank them for their comments and compliments, You know, when you have questions and people answer them, you know, be sure to thank them for those answers and stuff like that. So, but you know, there's really those three types of individuals. You could even add a fourth. There's the type of individual who literally signs up just to have access to the flight schedules and stuff like that, and they don't want anything to do with anybody else in that airline. They don't care. They do, you know, and it doesn't even mean that they're a jerk. It's just maybe that's their personality, but they don't want anything to do with anybody else. They don't want forum activity. They don't want to chat. They don't want to do anything. They want to build hours, fly their routes when they feel like it. They don't want to talk to anybody or anything like that. So really kind of those four types of individuals, and you're going to have all of them in any VA. But when you're dealing with a smaller VA, especially initially, who did you mention on there? Canadian Express, right? So Canadian Express being a smaller virtual airline, they're probably putting in, you know, it's really twofold. One, they're putting in that extra effort because they want to get more people on board, which there's nothing wrong with that. But they also don't have as many people to interact with, so it's easier to respond. You know, my comment section on my YouTube channel is a good example of that. I mentioned that I respond to about 85% of comments on my YouTube channel, and I like that I'm able to do that. I've got a little thing on my phone, so even if I'm at work, I get a notification, and if I've got a minute or so at work, I'll tap out a response to a comment on YouTube or answer a question or try to help somebody out. You know, but as my subscriber base grows, it is gradually becoming more difficult. For the first probably almost year, I was literally able to respond to every comment that was put on YouTube. Even if it was just to say thanks or put a smiley face on there, I was able to get a response into every single comment, and that's just not feasible anymore. And as that subscriber base continues to grow and grow and grow, the percentage of responses that I'm able to put forth will come down further and further and further. And that's unfortunate, but it's just a reality of the circumstances. I have already considered when the time comes, you know, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, but if I reach that point where I've got such a large subscriber base that I can barely respond to comments, then I will take a few of my long-term subscribers who've been big supporters of my channel and are interested, and I will make them moderators of my comment sections, my comment section in YouTube or on YouTube, so that they can respond on my behalf, so that at least the interaction's still there. It's not quite as personal, but it still provides the interaction. That's the same thing you're seeing as far as the virtual airline is concerned. If a virtual airline really starts to get bigger, it can be very difficult for them to be able to respond to everybody, and even in a timely manner. Now that doesn't mean, you know, if you put in a request, you know, sign-up request to a virtual airline, and a week goes by and you've heard nothing in return, well, I don't think that's right. I think if a virtual airline is in a position where it takes that long, or really if it takes more than, say, 48 hours, I would say is the max. If it's taken more than 48 hours to review and approve new pilot applications, then it's imperative that you appoint somebody to that role, and maybe even excuse me, maybe even a couple people should be appointed to that role. 2 or 3 individuals who have been long-term members of the virtual airline. It's a staff position. Maybe it's a minor staff position, but it's still a staff position. Your job is to review applications as they come in and either approve or disapprove them. That's your role with the VA outside of doing your pilot duties, right? And that way you've always got 2 or 3 guys. So if I'm one of them and I can't get on there for the next 3 days for whatever reason, there's 2 other guys. One of them should be able to hop on there. And so what ends up happening is you get back to having new pilot approvals within 48 hours on a regular basis. Hi, baby. You miss me? I miss you too. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Oh, this is my youngest right here. Look, there's you. Say hi. This is Raylyn. Can you say I'm Raylyn? Are you having fun? Yeah, are you being good? You just like to look at the camera, huh? She's a bit of a ham, this one here. So now, you wouldn't know it, but look at this face. Look closely. That's the face of evil, people. Not really. She's a sweetheart, but she could be a handful too. Isn't that right, baby? Yeah? Can I have kisses? Give me kisses. Ah, that'd be okay. Go play. Close the door for me. That was sweet. She came in to tell me she missed me. What did I miss in the comments here? Let's see here. Now we got some good conversation going here. This is what I like, guys. I love the conversation. Read that one. Yeah, a lot of times the small VAs can be the better ones. And again, it's not because the larger VAs are not as good as the smaller VAs. It just has to do with number of pilots versus number of staff personnel and so on, you know. And so it's important, in my opinion, that any virtual airline needs to establish a mindset early on and consider a process early on for how are we going to approach larger numbers of pilots, you know, and the new pilot registration is an example of that. So when we reach a point where we're getting a lot of new pilot registrations in and we're not able to respond as quickly as we'd like with our current setup, we need to be prepared to make an adjustment. We need to be prepared to either provide a staff position that allows that, or even if it's not a staff position, maybe just somebody you use as a moderator in the forums can take on the role of, you know, application approvals, things like that. You have to do that. If you want your virtual airline to grow, you have to be prepared for it to grow, right? I think that's important. So, what else we got here? I'm becoming philosophical. It's about the people behind the virtual airlines that make a difference. You know, Shivam, I think you're spot on, and I think that goes two ways. So a lot of times you get some people that'll get together and they'll say, we're going to create a virtual airline, and they're very excited about it, and what ends up happening is either they start to have disagreements, or over time, you know, whether they get worn out or they get busy with life or whatever, and they start to sort of fade away from it. And when that happens, what you get is you've got all your staff members, right, that you brought on as hub managers or whatever, all right, and they sort of start getting left down in the dark. So you've got the founders over here, the individuals that founded the airline, and there becomes this separation, this void between them and the staff members. And when you have a void between those who founded the airline and those that staff the airline, you lose communication, you lose enthusiasm, and you get a decline in your virtual airline. And I've seen that in a lot of different virtual airlines. And so when you start to have that decline, you know, there's a few different options. You know, one of the things you can do is you can appoint honorary founders, you know, people who are staff members and have been for a long time and are very active still. You know, you can appoint them as a founder or something like that, but you have to close that gap back up to maintain the enthusiasm in the background of the VA so that the enthusiasm in the foreground continues. Oh, excuse me. Let's see here. Yeah, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that at all, Captain Walton. You know, some VAs, they set out to get as big as they can, and others set out to just have a community. So, you know, I'm all about having a community, and, you know, I don't care if the VA is huge or small as long as the community is good. Even if I can't interact with the community as much as I'd like, as long as the community is good, that's what counts. I'm just looking at my fuel over here real quick because I've been talking for a while. Oh yeah, we're good on fuel. So yeah, community is a very important part of this. It really is. There's Easy helping Shivam out with his config file. Yep, VPA, you know, that's the deal, and I think that's common for a lot of folks is that there's a variety they're looking for in their flight sim. You know, sometimes you just want to hop in an airplane and fly. Sometimes you want to, you know, you want to climb into the aircraft and you want to follow checklists and go through procedures and the whole shebang, you know. So yeah, having a variety is important, and the way things are right now, that's the way it is. You know, probably 99% of virtual airlines out there, that's how they're designed. You know, you know, PVA is a good example. You know, PVA, they have a set structure, and that's what you fly. Now, PVA is a great virtual airline because, you know, even though they have a set structure that some people don't like, you get a wide variety out of that structure, which I think is fantastic. National does a great job. They've got an open, I guess is the word I would use, system where you join the virtual airline, you can fly a 747 on day one. You can't do that at PVA. You've got to build a lot of hours before you can fly a 747 over there. So it's common for people to be a member of several virtual airlines. You got some screenshots for me? Fantastic, Shaker. Send them on over, my friend, if you haven't done so already. That stewardess is not old enough. yeah, she's a little young to be a flight attendant, isn't she? Yeah, I think VPA, I think you're partly right as far as being able to tell how active a VA is by forum posts, but I don't think that's entirely accurate. I guess it depends. I think you're partly right. I really do, because even if you only have a few really active members in the forums, that does tend to showcase how active the VA is overall. So yeah, I guess I would agree with that. Thank you, Wobbling Goblin. She's my little sweetheart. All the others were in here earlier before you got here. My little boy was in here. You'll see it on the video. Little Mrs. Captain. The face of evil she is, right? You can officially welcome me to the National Airlines. Very well, Shivam. Officially, I welcome you to National Virtual Airlines. There you go. Who's got mail? I got mail? Sweet, I like mail. They don't have a repaint for your level D. Oh, it's the end of the world. I guess it's all over now, right, Shivam? No repaint for the level D. I don't have the level D 767. I have somewhere the Captain Sim. Wow, what a piece of junk that thing is. I was ashamed of that airplane. I really was. It handled terrible. There's something wrong with that thing. Everybody says the level D is the way to go. Even though it's old, it's still really, really good, apparently. It's my understanding that the level D 767 basically set the standard for what we see in sim aircraft today. And now I don't know how accurate that is, but I can tell you this: there's some amazing aircraft being put out nowadays for FSX and P3D. It's astounding. I can't say much for X-Plane because I just haven't messed with it much, and I certainly don't have any add-on aircraft for it. I did have somebody who came on to went onto my YouTube comment section and asked if I would do a tutorial on a particular, I think it's the JAR A330 for X-Plane. And I told him I'd love to, but there's a catch. That stuff all costs money, okay? And while I may get, $100 every 4 or 5 months from my YouTube channel, that doesn't really cut it, right? So, I've mentioned this before. Shaker has donated a few aircraft to me. He's donated a yoke to me. Donated Active Sky 2016 to me. I mean, he's just been an amazing supporter of this channel, and I'm really so grateful for that. It basically comes down to an issue of money, and that's really the only reason I bring up, the different ways to support my channel is I take the funds that I get on rare occasion from YouTube and I put them back towards flight sim right now, because it's certainly not going to support my family on $100 every 5 months, right? So when that pays out, because it won't even pay out until it reaches $100, and then it's another month before I get it, I'll purchase something with it, right? And so on and so forth, whether it's scenery or whatever. And so when I get support coming in from whether it's PayPal donations or the support me button on the YouTube channel or whatever, that extra money brings it up to that $100 quicker. It pays out sooner, and then I can buy an aircraft. But ultimately, if you sent me an email right now, let's say, or you went onto YouTube right now and put it in the comment section, hey, can you do your full flight tutorial on the PMDG 747 version 3? Sure, I'd love to. Are you going to buy the airplane for me? Because it's $90, right? I don't have $90 right now. And to be honest with you, if somebody were to donate that aircraft to me, that'd be amazing, and I'd fly it. But I'm not buying the PMDG 747 version 3. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to buy it for a number of reasons, not the least of which is I don't like the way that PMDG has begun conducting business. They make amazing aircraft, they really do, but it is highly unlikely. I won't say it absolute, but it's highly unlikely that I will donate $90 of my own money to PMDG for that airplane, especially when they're charging another $45 if you're a P3D user. And if I was a P3D user and I paid that other $45 and then a new version of P3D comes out and I want to switch to that, I got to buy the airplane again. No, I have a problem with that. I dislike greed very much. I very, very much dislike greed. I think it's disgusting. And I think we're all greedy to a certain amount. I'm not saying I'm Mr. Greed-free and I've never done anything greedy. But overall, it really pisses me off. Especially the way companies, and now I'm just talking about companies in general, the way most companies today conduct themselves is with the mentality of, I've got a million other customers lined up right behind you, so what do I care if you appreciate my service or not? What difference does it make to me if you're appreciative of my service or not? Zero, because there's 100 customers behind you, 1,000 customers behind you, 10,000 customers behind you, and they're all willing to pay it, put up with my piss poor practices and my crappy attitude. So what do I care? That's how companies act today, and I think it's ridiculous. You know, and that's how some of those YouTube channels act today. You know, I see some of these YouTube channels that are really popular, and you go through, you know, and again, I understand you can't respond to 100% of comments, but there are some YouTubers, my son loves to watch YouTube, and I've looked through the comment sections of a few of the videos on different occasions for some of the guys that he watches, and you don't see a single reply from that YouTube channel owner. 5 million subscribers, and you can't even bring yourself, I get it, you're busy, it's a lot of work to make videos, but you can't bring yourself to give a thanks every 10,000 comments or something like that. People's mentality is ridiculous. It's all about me, 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 not about anybody else. I dislike that. Captain Sim had one good aircraft, the F-104. I think their C-130 was alright too. I've got that somewhere as well. Oh, that reminds me, Easy, I never heard back about that one airplane, that C-17. That was a bunch of crap. Level D but not installed. You need to install it. TS is great when you can speak to other VA members, but not everyone is comfortable with its use. That's absolutely right. There are some people, especially when you start talking about language barriers. You know, it's a lot easier to chat on here. Let's just say you don't speak English at all, but you can get a program where you can chat on here and it converts to English, right? You can type in your native language and it converts to English. When I post a video on YouTube, it gets translated into other languages. I don't know how, but it does. My videos play in like 70 different languages, and there's analytics on that. I can look that up. It's kind of crazy actually. So yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, TS is TeamSpeak is what he's talking about. It's fantastic to be able to interact with each other, but not everybody's comfortable on TeamSpeak, and that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. You know, but TeamSpeak is a great way that individuals from a virtual airline can get together. You can do group flights. You can just chat it up. Or let's say Easy's helping you set up your config file or something. You can just hop on TeamSpeak and he can talk you right through something, right? So it's fantastic to have it. But yeah, absolutely, VP. There's certain people that just are not comfortable with it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Let's see. How's the National Freeware 747? It's a Freeware 747. How's that? If you're gonna invest in a 747, I highly recommend the iFly. It's light years ahead of PMDG 747 V1, which you can't get anymore, but doesn't cost as much as PMDG 747 V3. Now I don't know how it compares to V3. Captain Walton, I'm sure, has got both of them, so he could probably tell you. But you know, if you want a good quality payware 747, you don't have to spend $90 with PMDG to get it. You will get it with the iFly version. And I've posted plenty of videos on it. I've got the version 1 747 from PMDG. It was the first payware aircraft I bought.
That was
And
last
I ended up switching to the iFly, and I love it. I uninstalled, or well, maybe I didn't. At one point, I had uninstalled the PMDG version. I reinstalled it because I was going to do a comparison. I'm not even going to do that anymore. It's just pointless because there is no comparison. The iFly is way better than the version 1 of PMDG 747. I don't know how it compares to version 3, but it's way better than version 1. So if you want a good one, I think it's $60 for the iFly version, and they're on like version 3, I think, or version 4, I don't remember. But anyway, it's a great 747. It's a great 747. So I would do that. But if you don't have any money, then freeware is the way to go. I'm assuming that freeware on the national site is probably the default with a national repaint, but I'm not sure. There's also some freeware ones you can get through like AvSim or whatever that have updated cockpit or updated flight deck panels and stuff like that that are pretty darn good too. So that's another option there. There's one out there that I had a long time ago. It's a 747-800. It's Air Force. Excuse me. It's Air Force One is the only livery it had, but it actually had this really cool autopilot thing set up where it showed you if based on what was it? I forget how it was set up, but it would show you how fast you need to descend to get to a certain point. It was a really cool setup, and it was free. It was really well done. So, am I ranting again? I'm sorry. Not really. I like to rant. This is how I vent my frustrations to the world. Let's see. Level D was my first payware. Still one of the favorites. Yeah, Easy's mentioned that to me before too. He's still trying to get me to buy it. You know, my one issue with that is it is a little outdated, but apparently still really good. But the price has never come down. You know, I think we've reached a point with that particular aircraft where they could probably bring the price down a little. And I wonder to myself if Level D if the company ever intends on making another aircraft. Maybe they don't, but it'd be nice to see that price come down a little bit at least. Milviz is coming out with a C-130. Well, you know, that's all well and good for Milviz, Shaker, but I got to tell you, it'd be great if they'd finish that King Air 350 first. They're putting out, Milviz has put out like 5 different aircraft since they started that King Air 350, which I have, and the King Air 350 is still not done. So I'd like to see them finish that thing first, to be honest with you. Oh, let's see, what else we got here? Yeah, I think the Captain Sim version of the C-130 is actually really good. Hey, tell Noah I said hi, Easy. Yeah, this DC-3 is fantastic, Wobbling Goblin. I really like this thing. Great sounds, great handling. It's a little funky tracking VORs sometimes, but overall it's an absolutely fantastic aircraft. You know, Manfred, Jahns, however you say his name, did an amazing job on this. The fact that it's free just blows my mind because I don't think you could find a payware DC-3 that is as good as this one. VP, it was great having you. Thanks for joining us for a little while. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, man. I really do. I really do. So, I ranted quite a bit there. Well, what's next? We got about an hour and a half to go, 250 miles. Let's see how we're doing on our fuel over here. Let's see. Fuel's looking fine. I'm looking at temperatures as well. So oil temp's really good. Cylinder head temp's spot on. Even though the temperature is down below -10 Celsius, we don't have any moisture in the air. I mean, it's about as clear as it gets right now. It was actually a little clearer earlier, surprisingly. The visibility has dropped off ever so slightly, but we don't have a need for any ice right now or carby because there's no moisture in the air, none whatsoever. So that's fantastic. So yeah, that's us right now. We're flying it via the GPS this time because for whatever reason the VORs were just being funky to me, and I just didn't want to deal with it. So, what do you want? Yeah, that's fine. 5:30 or 6. You gonna come say hi or what? Ashley's here. She wants to say hi. Gotta duck down so they can see you. There you go. This is Ashley. She's the one we're gonna be doing. Ashley Learns to Fly. Ashley, have you ever flown an airplane, even on a simulator?
No.
Nope. She knows absolutely nothing about. What's this called?
Yoke.
That's right, it's a yoke.
Get ready.
Oh, because it says yoke on the front. You're terrible. She knows nothing about it, which is really a good thing. It's going to be a good thing for a number of reasons. It's going to be a lot of fun. She's going to mess a lot of things up. We're going to have a good time with it. But also, for somebody who's just getting into flight sim, this goes back to that community thing I was talking about earlier. Somebody who's just getting into flight sim and knows nothing about it can go to this series we're going to create, and we're literally going to walk her through, starting with a little Cessna, how to use the controls, how to take off, how to land, just like an actual flight training program. We're going to walk her all the way through up to flying a 747. And it's going to take however many episodes it takes, however long it takes. And so somebody can go back, they can look at those episodes, and they can say, okay, so this is how I do this is how I do that, and they can work their way all the way up and get good instruction on how to fly aircraft in a flight simulator. So I'm really looking forward to it. I know Ashley's looking forward to it as well. And we've got the other headset set up. In fact, grab that headset right there real quick, put it on. Yeah, I just want to see if this works on live stream. Say hello. Can you guys hear her when she says hi into that headset? And I mean clearly, like you can hear me, or are you just hearing it through my headset? Say something witty, Ashley. I don't think you guys can hear her through there. So I'm going to have to figure that out. That's been the biggest issue. That's the only reason we haven't started the series so far, is we got to figure out how to be able to record both of us at the same time so that you guys can hear it nice and clear, and it makes it easy to do the instruction and walk her through it and all that. So she's getting ready to head out and spend some time with one of her friends. So love you, kiddo. Have a good day. I'm going to throw it in the backyard. I know. See you later. Ashley says to tell her fans goodbye. And she's blowing kisses to you guys. Bye. Wobbling Goblin. Sup, Ashley? Flew your first plane at age 12. That's pretty cool, man. Nope and no. What's nope and no? Oh, you couldn't hear her. Duh. Yeah, so that's what I got to figure out, guys. You know, and I've got the headsets plugged in over here. They're both going through the same port, but I don't know, for whatever reason, the sound's going to go quiet on this for a second. I'm going to jump over to my Twitch thing here. And no, all I did was mute my thing. Maybe it's under settings or something. Let's see here. Audio, hotkeys, accounts, general, advanced, microphone, Turtle Beach. Yeah, so it just lets me pick one microphone on here, right? I don't know what this thing means here, but anyway, so there's only one microphone on there, and hopefully that didn't stop my stream or anything like that. So the problem being, of course, like on Twitch, it's only allowing me to select one microphone, and there's supposed to be a way you can do it. I think you're supposed to get like an external audio mixer or something like that. I don't know how any of that stuff works. I asked a couple people, and they gave me some pretty in-depth information, and I started looking into it, and I got to be honest with you, it just confused the crap out of me. I just don't understand why it's so difficult to record two inputs at the same time. I mean, right now, Twitch is automatically recording this, right? So they're recording the sound from the aircraft, the sounds from the sim, and they're recording me talking, no problem. So that's two inputs being recorded, right? Or maybe it's one output, one input, I don't know. But I just wish that I knew of an easy way to do it, so that you know, I thought about getting a little microphone stand right here, right, so that we could just both sit here and have a good sensitive microphone that just picks up. You know, you could talk from across the room and it picks you up pretty well. But A, they're very expensive, and B, most of them require additional stuff going with them. There's an additional power source. There's an additional I don't even know what it is. It's like an amplifier, converter thing, whatever. And I know that's what a lot of guys use. A lot of, you know, these YouTube guys and stuff that have, you know, 1 million subscribers on their channel. They've got a really in-depth setup. But not only do I not have the money for that, I still don't fully understand how that stuff works. So we're trying to get that figured out. Is Easy leaving? Oh, he's got to sign off, heading for the grocery store. All right, I'll holler at you later, buddy. Take care. But anyway, once I get it figured out, and I thought I had it figured out this morning, it seems like when I try to record a video, it seems like it's picking up the sound from both of them. It seems like it is, but I'm not 100% sure it is, because Shadowplay, in their infinite lack of wisdom, decided to, or not Shadowplay, but NVIDIA changed Shadowplay in such a way that I have very little control over the settings anymore, right? So I can choose an input source, but there's no way for me to choose two input sources. So I'm considering using Audacity, see if I can record both input sources on that at the same time, but ultimately, I don't know yet. Once we get that figured out, though, you will start seeing videos in the series Ashley Learns to Fly, and those videos will probably become the priority for a little while too. I haven't decided yet. What I might do is I might record, try and get 4 or 5 of them recorded before I post any of them, and that way, because there's going to be a lot of editing, there's going to be not just me talking, but there's going to be a lot of text information on there and stuff, things that the whole thing is going to be designed around not just teaching Ashley to fly, because that's going to be the funnest part of it. We're going to have a good time with it. You know, we're going to watch her make mistakes, and we're going to laugh, and we're going to have a good time, but it's also about being a tutorial for anybody else out there, and even for you guys who've been flying a long time. You know, maybe in the early episodes you won't pick up anything, or maybe you will, but in the later episodes you'll definitely pick stuff up. And so, you know, when we start getting to her doing longer flights and stuff, we're going to go in depth with flight planning. You know, I said for a long time I'm going to do an advanced flight planning tutorial, and then when we came up with this idea, I decided, you know, all of those extra things, and people have asked for them, you know, there's going to be a new version of how to read approach charts and stuff like that, because it's all going to be built into this one series that's going to be all about learning how to fly from A all the way to Z, right? That's the concept there, and that way anybody can pick up anywhere in that series and get a good tutorial on something they're looking for. So, and it'll just be a lot of fun to do it. So I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, what else we got here? Nicholas. Hey Nicholas, how are you? Great to have you aboard. Thanks for joining us. Will I be starting from the basics? Because if so, sign me up. I will absolutely be starting from the basics. So the way I've decided this series is going to go is, originally I was like, we're going to do 3 episodes of this, then 3 episodes, and then I said, no, here's what we're going to do. So the very first episode is going to be, how do I, and I haven't decided all the details, so this is just a general, but, you know, how do I start up that little Cessna without, you know, and there's more than one way to start it, right? I can just hit Control E and fire up the engines, and we're going to cover that. Okay, here's a quick and easy way to start it. But can I start it using the switches and stuff? And then we're going to cover that. And then how do you taxi this aircraft and control your speed on the ground, and how do the brakes work? And then we're going to, you know, the idea is we'll taxi over to the runway, we'll take off, and we're going to stay right there in the pattern. And then we're going to do some touch and goes, and we're going to watch her bounce the plane off the ground like an animal, because she's not going to know how to do it, and that's all right, because it's not going to hurt anything. It's a simulator, right? And so we'll do some touch and goes for a little while, and then we'll taxi back in, and that'll be the end of the first flight. And then the next flight should, you know, that whole beginning process should go a little quicker, starting up the aircraft, taxiing out. We're going to stay in the pattern, and we're going to fly a few times around the pattern, do a few touch and goes, and learn how to land the airplane, right? Just like you would in the real world, okay? And so that second one's going to be all about landing the aircraft, and we're going to do probably like 5 or 10 touch and goes, and then a full stop, how to land the aircraft. And then the next episode after that is going to be, okay, now we need to learn how to navigate the aircraft. And we're going to start with basic VFR navigation, because it's going to start right here in the area we live in. We're going to fly out of Goodyear, right? So we know the area, we recognize landmarks, so we're going to use some of those landmarks to kind of get where we want to go. Just basic VFR navigation, which is really hard to do in FSX, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on it. Then we're going to talk about how to navigate with radios and so on. And eventually, we'll be done with that Cessna, whether it's 4 or 8 episodes, whatever. We'll be done with that little Cessna. All of our basics will be taken care of. And then we'll move to that multi-engine airplane. And that multi-engine airplane, I don't know which one it's going to be yet. It's probably going to be the Beach Baron. You know, it's got movable landing gear and it's got more complexities to it. So then we're going to cover some of that stuff in the moving landing gear, and we're going to do our first cross-country flight. You know, we're going to fly probably from Goodyear down to Tucson or something like that. And it'll still be real basic VFR style flying, even if we're using instruments for VOR to VOR navigation. It'll be VFR style flying, and how to enter into the pattern at the airport, land the aircraft, maybe do a touch and go, and then come back around and land it again, and slowly work our way up, and eventually we'll go into turboprop aircraft. And you know, those are more complex in many ways. And then once we've established a good foundation in turboprops, we're going to go to that majestic Dash 8, and that's where we're going to be introduced to complex aircraft that require a lot of things to do, a lot of steps, a lot of following checklists and paying attention to what you're doing, and very, very busy. And we'll do some flights in that majestic Dash 8, and then eventually work our way to jets, and we'll probably use the E-jets. And then eventually the 737 from PMDG will transition over, do some work in the Airbus. Then maybe we'll move our way up to a 757, 777, 747. And then once she's got all of that down, and I'm figuring it's going to take somewhere between 40 and 50 episodes to do it. And once she's got all of that down, then we're going to get in here, and she's going to have her final check ride is going to be in a 747. And I'm going to sit here and I'm not going to tell her how to do anything. She's going to do it all. So that's the plan. And it's, I mean, you're talking probably to get the whole thing done is going to take over a year, and that's fine, you know. So since I refuse to teach you fuel planning, you'll have to watch the series. Yep, that's right. I do have the FS Labs A320, Nicholas. In fact, I did a full flight tutorial on the FS Labs. Let me find it here for you. I'll give you a... Whoops, that's not what I meant to do there. Let's go back. Wrong button. I actually just logged out of that chat accidentally, so I'll be right back. In the chat, that is. Let's see, FS Labs A320 full flight tutorial. And I think, yep, mine's the only one that's called full flight tutorial, so, but I'll give you a link to it anyway. You can mute that. And it's trying to load me back into the chat right now, and it's taking its time because it's very slow. My Wi-Fi internet is pretty slow. I've got my streaming computer hooked into the hard line here, so anyway, yeah, it won't let me in the chat yet. In a minute here it'll let me back in the chat. I might have missed a couple of comments under that question, so if you put a comment under there after Nicholas asked about the FS Labs, when you see me hop back in there here in a minute, then feel free to put your comment in there again. My brain stopped working for a second because I'm trying to think about 3 things and talk about 2, or think about 2 and talk about 3. Why is that chat taking so long to load? It's ridiculous. It hasn't loaded yet. The stream's working obviously, but again, this computer is on a hard line, but I can see the stream working over here just fine. But it's just the little chat window is just spinning away, spinning away. Come on. I want to give you this link here. Come on, load. That's a little ridiculous. Let me try refreshing the page here, I guess. That's stupid, but whatever. Internet can be so frustrating. You know, we have some of the slowest internet speeds in the world here in the US. It's absolutely retarded. Okay, there it is. The chat window loaded now. So here you go. There is a link to my full flight tutorial on the FS Labs A320. And I think it was a pretty good one, actually. I think that one, although I got quite a few negative comments on that one. You know, you should really take the time to study the aircraft better before you do a tutorial on it, in quotes and all that stuff. And I'm like, you know what? 50 other aircraft I fly, okay? I'm not going to take the time, I'm just being honest with you, I'm not going to take the time to learn every last detail about every one of these airplanes. I can't do it. I can't do it. Not to mention the fact, let's think about it for a minute, there's almost a little, I don't want to say competition, but, you know, you've already got guys who get the hookup from the frickin' people that make the airplane, right? Why is my phone ringing? No. You already have the guys who are getting the hookup on that, where they've got it while it's in beta. They're making videos on it. They've got access to how to, to the full manual, the whole 9 yards, right?
Don't tell Mom I'm a co-pilot. She thinks I play piano and sing in a warehouse.
What did he say? Yeah, whatever. Anyway, you've already got guys that are getting videos out before the thing's even released. Okay, if I want to do a full flight tutorial on a video, let's take the TFDI 717. Okay, I have the airplane. I haven't put out the tutorial yet. There's a reason I haven't put out the tutorial yet, but the downside of that is, and it's a good reason, but the downside to that is there are other people putting out tutorials, right? And the aircraft's new, lots of people are buying it, and everybody loves it. It's fantastic. Well, here's the problem though. 6 months from now, let's just say it's 6 months from now, I finally get an opportunity to put that tutorial out. Okay, and again, there's a good legitimate reason I haven't put it out yet. Okay, so this isn't a complaint or a rant. It's just I'm just making a point here. So let's just say it's 6 months before I put out that tutorial. How many people are going to go watch my tutorial when they've already seen 50 other tutorials on it? Whether mine's better or not doesn't even matter at that point because it's been out for a while. So when I got the FS Labs Airbus donated to me by my good friend Shaker MT there, what did I do? That I took a week to learn everything I could about that airplane. I ran through the startup procedure probably 50 times during that week. I went over every detail I could possibly go over, and then I made a tutorial on it. And I think it was a pretty darn good tutorial. Okay? But in a week, you cannot learn everything about an airplane like that. If you can, you're a genius. So, but I need to get the tutorial out as soon as possible so that there's two reasons. One, because I want to get the views, obviously, right? Of course I do. Of course I want to get the views. But more importantly, to get the information out to you, because if the airplane released today...
Boy, my ass is tired.
Somebody's ass is tired. If the airplane releases today, okay, there's going to be tutorials on it tomorrow. Whether they're good or not is not the point. Okay? If I take a week and then release my tutorial, it's still, it's during that first week that everybody's deciding, am I going to buy this, or people who have been waiting for it are buying it up and they're trying to learn it, right? And so within that first week is when they're going to hit their struggles, or they're going to be spending the most time looking for a tutorial that's going to help them learn this aircraft, right? Within that first week. I want to get the information out to you as soon as I can, as best as I can, so that you can learn from it. It doesn't do any good for me to release, like, I released a, let's put it in perspective here. When I released the Majestic Dash 8 Pro Edition Cold and Dark Start tutorial, okay, I released it approximately a week after the release of, I think, well, maybe it was longer, but anyway, the Pro Edition hadn't been out that long when I released it. Okay, that thing had 10,000 views in the first 3 weeks. 10,000 views in the first 3 weeks, and is still currently my most viewed video. When I released the FS Labs Airbus tutorial, I got in the first week I got like 1,800 views on that thing, right? Okay, because people are looking for the information. Not that long ago, maybe a month ago, I released a PMDG MD-11 full flight tutorial because people had asked me for it and I've been wanting to do it for a long time. So it's been a little over a month now. It has about 1,200 views. See the comparison there? There are still people looking for the information, and people who know my channel know that you're going to get a pretty darn good tutorial by watching my videos. But ultimately, how many people at this point, that MD-11's been out for how many years? How many people are really looking for a tutorial on it now? They don't even sell it anymore. The PMDG MD-11 cannot be bought anymore. So there's not very many people looking for it, right? So when I take a week to learn as much as I can about an aircraft, and I put out a tutorial that I truly believe is a pretty good tutorial, there may be some mistakes. I'm going to fumble and bumble, and I'm going to struggle to find things. To go in my comment section and be like, you need to actually learn the aircraft before you put up a tutorial. Okay, I'll tell you what. When you start putting up tutorials on all of these airplanes, then come talk to me about the quality of my tutorials. And I have no problem putting corrections in my videos. I did it on the A2A Constellation. If I'm wrong about something, I'll put in a correction. Okay? But don't start talking trash about my videos. Oh, you need to learn it better. Who do you think you are? Blah, blah, blah. Well, I'll tell you who I think I am. I think I'm Captain Mac. I work almost 60 hours a week. I'm raising a family. I'm trying to make videos for YouTube. I'm trying to start a business. I've got another venture going with somebody else. That's who I am. Who are you? How much time you got on your hands? You got enough time to do a better job? Make a video. Right? Make a video. Stop talking to me about it. Dougie Doug just dropped in. What's going on? What's the OMG for? Because you dropped in the middle of a rant, right? Anyway, I think you guys get the point, and I hope that you like my tutorials. You know, and Shivam's giving me a hard time because I haven't done a fuel planning tutorial, which will be included in the series Ashley Learns to Fly, so he's going to have to sign up and watch that one. But, you know, a lot of people don't understand the work that goes into it either. Let's just take the live stream, for example. Because, you know, I could just hop on here and click on the Twitch and away we go, right? And I use XSplit Broadcaster to broadcast to Twitch, and off we go. Okay, fantastic. What's the quality going to be? I don't know. Yay, nay, whatever, right? I've got the webcam going on here now. I had to get one of those. These little overlays, I got to put the mouse over here. So this little guy right here, the logo right here, this guy down here, right? Okay. I have to make those, and I have to change them. It doesn't take a lot of effort, but it does take a little bit of effort, right? That little thing that I started at the beginning of my videos now where it counts down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's do this. That's a new thing I started doing. I had to make that, okay? I have to put together a flight plan. I have to put a post on Facebook, which I failed to do until yesterday for today's flight, right? Okay? There's a lot of stuff that goes in. Just to do this, I've got probably an hour's worth of work to get everything set up, to test everything out, make sure everything's working. Hour's worth of work, not that bad. Then we've got 4.5 to 5 hours of flying, okay? Then I shut everything down when we're all done. Sorry, my ear itched. Export it over to YouTube. When it gets to YouTube, I got to download the video, put it into my video editor, okay? And put my intro video at the beginning, at the end, put my little pop-ups in there that say don't forget to subscribe, all of that good stuff, okay? 20 minutes worth of work, 2.5 hours to render it, another hour and a half to upload it before I can even put it on YouTube. That's just for a live stream, okay? I did leg number 2 in Around the World in the Connie, I don't know, last week or the week before, I don't remember, I can't even keep up anymore, okay? It's a 1-hour flight. It's a 1-hour flight, including time on the ground at start and finish. Flight time was an hour and a half. It took me 3 hours to record the video. It took me 3 hours to edit the video, 2 hours to render the video in HD, 2 hours to upload the video. So 3 hours flying, what does that come to? 3 hours, 2 hours, that's 8, almost 10 hours, almost 11, 12 hours worth of work for one video. One video, okay? And if you haven't noticed, for anybody who's a subscriber to my channel, if you go all the way back to the beginning, my first video, The Life of a Virtual Airline Pilot, Season 1, Episode 1. Go look at that video. Just watch it for, 30 minutes. Watch the whole thing. It's a pretty good video, okay? Then fast forward to The Life of a Virtual Airline Pilot, Season 3, Episode whatever, the KSTL Christmas Challenge. Notice the vast difference in what I do with that video, okay? First video, there's no elevator music, no landing music, no cinematic screenshots, no overlays of checklists, nothing. None of that's in there. None of it, okay? There's a few little things in there. And if you actually ever watched all of my videos, you'll see the progression as I start to add stuff. Well, those things take time. They do. You have to, when I make a video, like the last Constellation video, right? The checklist pop up typically right around the time I say, okay, let's take care of this checklist. Bam, checklist pops up. Do you think after 3 hours of recording that I remember exactly where to go for when I started that checklist? Nope. Not even close. I have to watch part of the video, scan through it to find that point just to put that in there. That's part of the reason it takes so long. And then I use Cyberlink to edit my videos, and for some insane, what is with software developers making updates to their software that absolutely sucks, right? So a little thing pops up, says you're missing out on a newer, faster experience, download the update now. And I said, okay. So I downloaded the update. It doubled my rendering times. Okay, when my son Michael makes one of his videos, they're 20-minute videos. It takes 45 minutes to render that video. 45 minutes to render a video in HD for a little 20-minute clip. And it used to take, if a video was an hour and a half, it took about an hour and 35 minutes to render it in HD. Now all of a sudden it takes twice as long. So that adds to the time. So you start putting all that stuff together. How are you going to crank out these, guys, like Matt Davies? I think he puts out I don't even know if he does videos anymore. I think he only does live streams and uploads them to YouTube. I'm not 100% certain. But when he was putting out videos regularly, I think he was putting out like 3 a week. For those 3 videos, think about how much time, and his production quality is fantastic. All right, I stole a few tricks from him. All right, I even told him I stole them from him. I even mentioned in my videos that I stole them from him. All right, and imagine, so with that production quality that he's got, imagine how much time and effort goes into 3 videos a week being released. Because he's not doing it any faster than I am. Okay, even if you're really good at it, there are some things you can't control. I can't control the fact that it takes as much time as it does to record a video, because you have to go about it a certain way. And understand that those cinematic shots I do, I think I've shown, you guys have probably seen this. FS recorder, right? Okay? It's recording right now. You see it says stop recording? Because I have it recording. It's recording this whole flight. So if I want to make cinematics from this, I can. How's that work? Well, it's really very simple. I load the aircraft into the flight sim, I go to FS recorder, I click on advanced play, and I play it as a video within the sim. And by doing that, I can hop out here and I can scroll around and get all kinds of cool little views and stuff, right? That's how that works. That's how you make cinematics. So for a 2.5-minute song, I record approximately 25 minutes of cinematic footage. And then I go through and I cut out all the extra little stuff, and then I find the little clips of whatever view I want that I think looks best, right? You find all that, and that's great. Okay, but if you ever notice my cinematics, I try to match them up a little bit to the music. I don't know, sometimes I just throw them in there because I'm just too tired and it's a lot of work. But just to make the little cinematic portion, that 2.5 to 3 minutes of music for elevator music or landing music or whatever, can take me up to 30 minutes. That's a lot of time. Now I don't mind putting the time in. If I did, I wouldn't do it. Okay, but there are people who apparently don't understand that there's a lot of effort that goes into doing this, right? And so then they want to go on to YouTube and make comments like, well, you should learn the aircraft better. Maybe you should shut up. That's what I think, all right? And I make those cinematics because somebody went onto YouTube and said, hey, I think it would be fantastic if you'd show us a replay of the landing. That's what they said, a replay of the landing. And I said, okay. So I think I can do that. And then I caught a Matt Davies video where he shows, I think he calls it climb music or something like that. But after they're starting their climb out, it was showing like a wing view or something, playing a little music in the background. I thought, if I'm going to do it, why don't I do it all out, right? Okay, so I took a little bit of his idea and a little bit of the idea from the guy on the YouTube comments, and I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a little cinematic for the departure and a little cinematic for the arrival, and you're going to get music for both of them. Then you got to find the song. You got to make sure it's a song that's royalty free, because otherwise you can't have ads on your video. And well, heck, I'd like to make money off the videos if I can, right? So I got to make sure it's a royalty free song. You can do that through YouTube. They've got a whole bunch of songs in there. Most of them suck. They're horrible. There's a reason these songs are royalty free, because they're terrible. right? So then you got to find the song, and then you got to match up the cinematic to the song, and on and on and on it goes. There's just a lot of work that goes into these things, and people don't understand that. So unless you're willing to take the time and effort to put that work in, you don't really have room to criticize. Now that doesn't mean you can't say to somebody, hey, I'd like it better if you did this, or maybe you could have done that, or hey, this was incorrect, here's the right way to do it. I have no problem with that. That's fantastic. But if you come onto my YouTube comment section and you're like, you know, hey, you don't know what you're doing, obviously, and I don't know who you think you are, and you're kind of an idiot, and I hate you. Okay, just go away. Don't watch the channel then. If it's that bad, don't watch. You guys got me ranting left and right today. I blame you guys. This is your fault. I have a text message. If I can get to it. Good old Shaker. That was a text message from Shaker when I was talking earlier about a microphone. He found one on Amazon. He says a real good setup I can use, so I'll have to take a look at that. Thank you, Shaker, for putting that on there. We are blameless. No, you're not. You're not blameless. Come on. Nobody's blameless. Oh, my goodness. All right. So I've been talking for like an hour now. You guys got anything you want to add? Conversation was going great in here earlier. We were up to like 10 in the middle of my rant. There was 10 people watching, and we're down to 6. So 4 people were like, yeah, I'm not listening to this guy. I don't care. I'm out of here. See ya. That's all right, though. Nicholas, did you get a chance to take a look at that YouTube video? Let me know what you think of it, man. Be sure to put something down in the comments. There's my beautiful wife. You'll see her in the background getting some energy drink stuff back there. Everybody say, hi, Mrs. Mac. It'll start popping up in the comments here. There's a little delay in it. You want to come over and talk to him? She doesn't want to talk. Shaker thinks you guys are innocent. I disagree. Will you do me a favor as you walk by? Will you turn that on to high? It's getting a little warm in here. For some reason, this room in the house is like the warmest room in the house. And then when you close the door and stuff, it just gets really hot in here. Thank you, darling. Love you too. Shaker says hi, ma'am, and Dougie Doug says hi, Mrs. Mac. She says hello to you too. You're all weird. No, she didn't really say that. He said, I don't think Mrs. Mac wants to say anything after that rant. I've been ranting on here today. She's like, she says that's what I do anyway. No, I'll wait to eat until after we're done. We're about an hour to an hour and a half from being done. Love ya. You know, it's actually kind of fun, I think, when I'm doing the live streams or even when I'm doing videos, you know. For a long time, there was sort of this unwritten rule in the house that if I'm in here recording or I'm doing a live stream, the door's closed, stay out, don't come in and bother Dad. You know, that was sort of like it was like an unwritten rule, right? And I don't know, I just kind of don't like that. You know, I mean, I'm a family guy. I've got my family here at the house. You know, this is our family day, Sundays. You know, live streams are going to change when the summer hits because we got a boat, and I'm going to take the boat out on the lake with the family. You know, it's family day, right? But they put up with it very well, and my family is a huge part of my life, and there's nothing wrong with them being a part of the videos too. I love when the little kids come in and they want to say hi, and you know, I love that my son wants to make his own YouTube videos. Like I said earlier, he watches tons of YouTube videos. He absolutely loves YouTube. And so he came to me one day, not that long ago, about a month ago, I guess it was, and he's like, I want to make a YouTube video. Can you help me make YouTube videos? And yeah, I'll help you make them. So we started making his first series of videos for the video game Stranded Deep, and we've struggled a little figuring out how to get it running right and set up properly and all that, but I just think it's a lot of fun. You know, I don't care if my wife comes in here to get some of that energy drink powder. Who cares? Oh, it's a live stream, you can't do, you know, like I said, I used to kind of feel that way, like, oh, You got to stay out. I'm in the middle of doing something. What difference does it make? That's not a bad thing. So I like that my family, you know, they come in and I'll talk with them for a second. And you know, usually if I'm recording a video, like if I'm recording a video and I'm in the middle of saying something and one of them comes in, they usually will just stay quiet until I'm done, and then I'll pause the recording because, you know, the videos are a little more structured. But on live stream, when you can't pause the live stream, right? 145 from PACD. Yeah, that's about right. I'm at 138 now, so let's hop outside and say hi to Shaker here. See if we can see him now. Yep, there he is, right there. So again, for those of you who don't know, that's one of the beauties of this, of flying this on FS Cloud, is, you know, you guys can fly with me, right? That's one of the draws for this particular live stream, is that you guys can fly with me. And so right now, this other aircraft, obviously, that's Shaker. He's flying with me on FS Cloud right now. And last week we had 4 folks flying with us, or the week before actually, which was really cool. It was a lot of fun. So I really like that. FS Cloud can be glitchy and weird sometimes, but overall it's just really neat that we can both hop in here. You know, Shaker's over, I think he's up, are you home right now, Shaker? I'm not going to tell him where your home is, but Shaker's at home right now, and I'm at home in Arizona, and I can tell you right now that we're not close to each other. We're, you know, way more than 1,000 miles apart, and yet we're both flying in the same airspace here on FSX. So I get a kick out of that. I think it's really cool. And you know what I just noticed? Look at that. I did not notice that until just now. Nobody pointed it out. The chocks are still on the wheels. They never pulled the chocks off. That's probably why we had such a hard time taxiing. The chocks are on the wheel. The chocks are on the wheels. Oh, wow. Okay, chocks are off the wheels now. How are the chocks still on the wheels? I took them off, and they were still on. That's amazing. So we've been flying off. That's probably burning more fuel that way too. Let's look at our fuel anyway. No, we're doing good on fuel. We got plenty. So, wow. I can't believe I did that. That's funny. Chicken Metal, I agree. Family is more important than you. And, you know, I've said a bunch of times, and I'll say it again, I really appreciate all the support that I get from my subscribers and my followers on Twitch and stuff. You know, I'm up to 190 followers on here, which I think is really cool. You know, it's not the 30,000 followers that, you know, some of the guys have on here, but I got 190 followers. And I appreciate it. I'm very grateful for all of the support I get from you guys. But Chicken Metal, you're absolutely right. My family is more important, and that's why we didn't do a live stream last weekend. You know, I was all geared up to do it. Everything was set and ready to rock and roll, and I said, nobody complained. My family wasn't complaining. They don't complain about me doing this. They're very supportive. But I said, you know what? I've been dedicating Sundays to live streams. You know, the holidays are over. I want to spend the day with my family, and that's what I did. I spent the whole day with the family. So, and I appreciate that most people do understand that. There are some people who apparently don't, but most people do. So, throw paper airplanes at Shaker. I don't know that Chicken Metal can behave. I don't think she's ever really behaved on here. And you know what part of it is? Because she's the only woman that comes on here. Everybody else avoids this like the plague. They're like, I ain't going anywhere near them guys. They have issues. But Chicken Metal's like, yeah, bring it on, boys. So I don't think she's ever going to behave on here, and that's fine. That's what makes it so much more fun. Don't make us restrain you. Oh, good times. The chocks, yeah, the chocks. Bad captain. Well, they got a free ride. Now, here's the problem, of course. Now that we've dropped the chocks off, we don't have chocks anymore, right? I don't know if she gets away with murder. That might be a bit of a stretch there, Shipping, but she definitely gets away with more here, you know, because she's a she, so she has to get away with more. We have to let her, right? Because remember, they're all crazy, all right? Every one of them. Listen, I live in a house that's more women than men, okay? You got my 5-year-old son, and you got me. And then you've got my wife, my mother-in-law. That's right, my mother-in-law lives with me. My 18-year-old daughter, my soon-to-be 17-year-old daughter, my 12-year-old daughter, and my 4-year-old daughter. All in this house. And they're all crazy. Every one of them, including Chicken Metal, and she knows it. But I guarantee she won't admit it. She'll say right now, no, we're not crazy. Nothing wrong with us. But she's crazy too. Nancy stopped serving her. I didn't see her picking on you, Shivam. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see anything. I saw no picking whatsoever. I saw her ask you for a pillow, and I think you were pretty rude about it, actually. I think you could have been much nicer about giving her that pillow. Remember, they're crazy. You have to be nice to them. There's this YouTube couple. I call them a YouTube couple. They're married, and they make YouTube videos, which is actually really cute. I think that's sweet. All right. But, and I don't even know what their names are, so I couldn't say it anyway. My gosh. She has the most annoying voice on the planet. She sounds like a prepubescent boy, and it drives me insane because my son watches their videos, and I hear it for like, because he'll watch like 10 of their videos in a row, so for like an hour and a half, all I hear, like, you can't even hardly hear him talk because it's all her voice. It drives me nuts. Terrible, terrible. I'd give her the pillow. Oh, you did give her the pillow, but you had to take it back. She was assaulting others with it. Assault with a soft weapon. What TV? I saw nothing. What TV show is that from? I don't know what TV show that's from. It's from Captain Mac Live. That's what it's from. It's from Captain Mac Live. So, somebody come up with a trivia question. We need a good trivia question in here. I should have thought of one before we started. I think we need to, for these flights can get pretty long, and I like to have conversations. I think we need to have some trivia questions or something. We usually start out with a roll call that gets people saying hi, all of that stuff. But we need to keep the conversation going. So somebody come up with a trivia question, and the trivia question is not what TV show is that from. And Friends is one of the worst shows ever made. Hogan's Heroes. Hogan's Heroes is an old show. Shaker's showing his age now. Oh, let's see here. How are we looking on everything? That's one thing I also like about this airplane. You got to keep an eye on things. Like, look, for example, our cylinder head temperature has come down just a little, but it has come down a bit, and so has our carb air temp, right? The outside air temperature came down a little bit more too. It was at -10, so that's bringing all the temps down. Now, there's still no moisture in the air, but you can get moisture in your carburetor even without a lot of moisture in the air, just by the nature of how it works. So remember, in this airplane, if the carburetor ice is over, you're not going to get a gradual change. So what happens in the real world when you get carburetor icing on an aircraft is it happens relatively quick, but not so fast that you can't try and react to it, right? But you notice that your RPMs start to drop off. The airplane starts responding sluggishly, right? That's because the carburetor is starting to ice up. You apply carb heat and it melts that off and you're good to go. In this airplane, you get carb ice, you're going to know it because your manifold pressure and your RPMs are going to drop all the way down to naught really quickly, and they're going to stay there until you turn carb heat on and have it on for, I don't know, 30 seconds or whatever, right? And so the engines don't cut out, you just lose all power to you lose all thrust to the aircraft. Set up a Kahoot for guess the plane. I don't even know what that means. What is a Kahoot? Yeah, it is really well modeled for freeware, isn't it, Chicken Middle? The whole airplane's modeled amazingly. And I agree with what Shaker just put up there. It's absolutely one of the best freeware airplanes out there. It's astounding how well they did this thing. I mean, look at it. So you got the panel modeled really well. Great attention to detail as far as textures and stuff like that. Like if we zoom up here a little bit, right? Like you can see the screws aren't all pointed in the same direction. You can see look at the scratches on the screws from taking them off, putting them on. You can see the knobs getting a little worn out from being turned constantly. It's an old airplane. It's been used, right? There's dirt on the floor down here. Paint's getting worn off. Look at the paint on this thing worn off from constantly, running your hand across it to change the trim. Really amazing attention to detail in this aircraft. I absolutely love the job they did. And then you look back here and they just put a picture on this. They just put a picture on there. That's kind of funny. So this thing isn't a picture, but behind it, where all these wires and cables and stuff would be, there's just a picture there. They didn't model the wires and cables and stuff, so kind of funny actually when you think about it like that. I don't know if you can actually go back into the cabin. Nope, nothing back there. There's Shaker. Hi, Shaker. Jump back up front here. But yeah, they did an amazing job on this thing. Google Kahoot, it's fun. Okay, let's Google Kahoot. I am about to Google Kahoot. Maybe. If the computer will work. Kahoot. Join a game of Kahoot here. Play this quiz now. You gotta enter a game pin. This doesn't tell me anything about it. Okay, let's try that. Nope, that one doesn't exist. Can you make your own? Create your own Kahoot for free at getkahoot.com. Okay, I'm going to getkahoot.com now. Make learning awesome. Create, play, and share fun learning games for any subject for all ages for free. Design your own learning game. Huh. Interesting. How it works. Create a fun learning game in minutes. We call these Kahoots. Made from a series of multiple choice questions. Add videos, images. Boy, this thing's pretty in depth. Okay, well, we're not doing a Kahoot right now because that's going to take, you know, that's 30 to 45 minutes just to set it up, right? But maybe we'll do that in the future. But that doesn't do us any good for our chat right now. But I kind of like the idea of that. Setting up a Kahoot, giving everybody the pin for it, and then go in there, and then in the chat we can all discuss, you know, what we think the answers are and stuff. I'll have to look into that. But again, it's a time thing, right? That takes more time. So I have to look into whether or not I've got the time to do it. That's, to be honest with you. Maybe, here's a thought. Maybe somebody like Shaker or Chicken Metal or somebody, if they've got some time and they're willing to partner up with me on it, maybe they could take the time during the week to create a whole quiz thing or whatever you call it in Kahoot, and then when we hop onto the live stream they can give everybody the pin and everybody can go through and figure it out and discuss it. There's a thought along with a hiccup. Irish is back! Only took him like 2 hours. Okay, we are 30 minutes out, so we need to do a little work here. Let me pop up my intranet. I know everything went quiet on the thing here. That's alright, that happens. And we need to go to, let's go to AirNav. I could do it on Navigraph, but we'll do AirNav. Because everybody has AirNav, right? Everybody can access AirNav. No, that's not what I want. I want airports, and then what is it? PACD we're going to. Get airport information. I guess I could do this over here, right? So you click on airports here, type in PACD, and this is free, doesn't cost anything. Okay, and this is all our information on Cold Bay Airport in Alaska, which is where we're going. You can get a sectional chart by clicking on this. It takes you to Sky Vector, I believe. And then you scroll down here. Here's the CDB radial that, or the CDB VOR that we're flying into, and the 142 degree radial is the radial you fly outbound from this VOR, 4.1 nautical miles, and that will take you to the airport. So if you're having a hard time finding your way around, there you have it. It tells us other information, fuel available, runway information, which is something we're looking for, and you've got an airport diagram over here as well. You can download it in a PDF, shows you the runways. And then if you scroll all the way down, here's all your procedures, right? So this is for U.S. airports. This ain't going to do us any good once we leave the U.S. But you've got the high ILS or localizer DME for runway 15 right here. You can download that one. Here's the standard ILS loc DME runway 15 and so on, right? So you've got all your approach charts and stuff in here as well. I don't think we're going to need one of those because because the weather's nice. So let's click this one here. My download manager, open it up. It jumped up on the other side here. So this is the only thing we really need because we have good weather, right? Alright, so there's our airport diagram. And remember now, this is the US, and this is a FAA chart, right? So the lengths are in feet, not in meters like they are on the Navigraph charts that I use. So this is 10,180 feet on this runway. Lots of runway to work with there. We don't need that much distance, obviously. This runway is 6,235 feet, very long runway. Runway 26 and 8, and this one is 15 and 33. Airport elevation is 93 feet. That's not airport elevation actually. So 93 feet is the threshold here. It's 73 feet here, 90 feet here. And this is where they took the field elevation from at 101 feet, right? So in the real world, this runway would obviously slope down quite a bit, and so would this one. But of course, it's FSX, so they're going to be flat. I'm going to shoot for, well, we're going to look at the weather, but if the winds are calm or whatever, we'll probably go either 26 or 8. So there's no need to use this really long runway, but we'll see what we get. And then, you can see here, so the star is usually the FBO, and that's pretty much the gist of it. So let's shrink that down, put it over here so that we have access to it. Close that, get this out of the way, close that. Thank you. There we go. Now let's look at our weather. So we want at destination PACD. So the wind is 140 at 8. Let me write that down. 140 at 8 knots, right? So we're going to have to use runway 15, right? So, and again, I'll bring this over here. So runway 15, the wind is 140, right? So this is 150 degrees, all right? So 140 would be right about here, coming like this. And keep in mind that that's telling us what direction the wind is coming from, right? Or another way of thinking about it is, because you always want to fly into the wind, right? So that's the direction you need to fly in order to be flying into the wind. So runway 15 is going to be our runway, and we've got so much of it that we will probably purposely land quite long. Like I'm literally going to try and land down here near the middle of the runway. Now that sounds a little weird. You're thinking, why would you do that? We don't need 10,000 feet of runway, and I do not want to taxi a tailwheel aircraft that I can barely see over the front of 10,000 feet down the runway, because this thing will land in like 1,000 feet. It'll probably land in less than that, right, if we do it properly. So we're gonna go out of our way to land like halfway down the runway so that we don't have a very long taxi. I hope that makes sense to everybody. So let's put that back over there and pop this back up. So right now we're 83 nautical miles out. Okay, so let's start talking about our descent. Well, let me hop over here and see if there's anything in the comments we need to discuss first. You can have it aviation based, keeps Chico busy during flights. Oh, I get what you're saying. Well, that's a question of whether or not she's willing to help set it up. So if anybody's interested in helping me set up a Kahoot quiz, if you will, for our live streams, then shoot me an email. I'll put my email address down here. Try not to lose my pen. Okay, so here's the deal. If you want to do this, this is going to be something that's going to be pretty much on you. So we'll discuss back and forth via email any details, but ultimately what I'm asking is somebody who is going to be able to join us in the live stream on Sunday, next Sunday, who's willing to take the time to build a pretty in-depth quiz, because we don't want somebody to go in there and figure it out in like 2 seconds. We'll collaborate a little back and forth, and then once you've got the Kahoot thing all set up and we jump in and we start the live stream, you'll give everybody the pin. They'll go in there, start answering questions, and you guys can discuss it in the chat and try and help each other figure it out. That's what I'm looking for. So if you're interested, say so here and then send me an email. Let's see. Irish Gaming Guys is back. We saw that. Oh, your FSX crash shaker? That sucks, man. So I'm flying alone now. I'm all alone. All alone. Okay, well, it happens. SCC970 just joined as in you're following now, or just joined into the live stream. Either one is fantastic, but welcome aboard. We've been at this for, started at 9, we've been at it for 3.5 hours. So, and we're getting close to being done. We're going to talk about descent here in a couple minutes. So welcome aboard, great to have you here. Irish was messing around with his P3D, and he was gone for 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Noted. You missed a lot, Irish. You're going to want to go back and take a look at the video when I post it on YouTube, because I was absolutely ranting my head off. I ranted about a bunch of stuff during this live stream. So, yep, you missed a lot. Orange dot, like an air venture. Heavy lift is now following. Thank you, I appreciate it. Great to have you aboard. What is orange dot, like an air venture? What are you talking about? You lost me. Like at air venture. No, you lost me. I'm confused. Is that your trivia question? What is an orange dot? It's a dot that's colored orange. I don't know what she's talking about. Okay, let's start talking about our descent here a little bit. We're going to use the very basic and simple rule of, I call it the rule of threes. So basically, we're going to descend, we're going to try and descend at approximately 180 knots, which means we will cover approximately, and this is approximately 3 nautical miles for every 1,000 feet we descend, if we're descending at 1,000 feet per minute and maintaining approximately 180 knots. Everybody catch that? I'll go over it one more time just in case it went right over your head. If we descend at 1,000 feet per minute and maintain that along with 180 knots indicated airspeed, then for every 1,000 feet we descend, we will travel approximately 3 miles across the ground. Approximately. So that being said, we are at 14,000 feet. The airfield that we're flying into, wow, look at all that fog. I got shiny things. Hold on. I got distracted. It says partly cloudy. But it doesn't give us, let's see, a few clouds at 3,000, and that's pretty much it. That's what it's saying right now. So hopefully that'll hold true, because it looks a lot worse than that right now. But anyway, so our airfield is basically at 100 feet. That's the airfield elevation based on that one location I showed you. So we want to come in, listen, this is a slow moving aircraft. We don't need to be at 3,000 feet unless we have terrain to worry about, right? Do we have terrain to worry about? Let's take a look real quick. Easy way to figure that out. Okay, and these are just some basic things you guys can do. But let's look at Sky Vector. The view changed because I pressed the S key. All right, that's all right though. Let me close this here. Let me bring this over here. So Sky Vector, right? Just go right here and put PACD. And these are just VFR charts, right? So there's Cold Bay. Now it's right here in the center where this little cross is. Okay, so we want to zoom down right on top of that. Okay, this is our airfield right here. This is the runway we're using, runway 15. This is the CDB VOR. Okay, and if anybody's confused by that, here you go, Cold Bay VOR right here. All right, so we are actually coming in directly into this VOR right now from this general direction over here, and the idea is that we come in and we basically should be able to bang a left turn from the VOR. So we want to get down to where we can see this airfield by the time we get to the VOR. We have some mountains over here, zoom out just a little bit, some mountains over here, so we need to be concerned about those. And what we really want to do is we want to just skirt the coastline as we're coming in here, and that's all lowlands. Okay. 8,300 feet is this volcano right here. That's the highest peak in the area that I see. So that's why this says 8,700 feet. All right, so that's minimum safe altitude, 5,300, and these are for the grid square, right? So if you look this square or rectangle here, 8,700 feet is the minimum safe altitude for the entire rectangle because of this guy right here. All right, we're looking to come in over here at 1,700 feet here. And it's 6,200 feet here because of this guy, but we're not coming over here, right? Okay, so this is just basically looking at our VFR chart and understanding where we're going and what the terrain is like in the area. So what we're going to do is when we scoot in here, we'll try to follow this coastline. This is all going to be nice and low out here, flatlands. So we should be able to get down to 1,000 feet without any problem. All right, so I want to try and get down to about 1,000 feet by the time we're at this VOR. Fair enough? Is that making sense? Right now, we're 63 nautical miles from the VOR. Let's hop back inside the aircraft here. Alright, 62 now. So if I want to go down to 1,000 feet, I need to descend 13,000 feet. Well, that doesn't work very well for our calculations because 3 doesn't go into 13, does it? Alright, so let's just say for the moment I want to go to 2,000 feet, just to simplify it a little bit. So if I'm traveling 3 nautical miles for every 1,000 feet I descend, I need to descend 12,000 feet. Right? What's 12 times 3? It's 36, in case you haven't figured it out yet. So at 36 nautical miles from the VOR, if I want to be at 2,000 feet, I need to start my descent. Okay, and that's less than 30 miles from now. But I want to add a little bit to that for 2 reasons. One, I want to go another 1,000 feet. That's another 3 miles, right? So that's 39 nautical miles out now. Also, I would like to get to that altitude a little bit before I get to the VOR, just a couple of miles, so that I can see where I'm at, see where I'm going, line up for the runway, get set up, all of that good stuff. So let's add another 3 miles to that. That puts us at what? 42, that's right. 42 nautical miles out. So 42 nautical miles is when I want to start our descent. There we go. That's how I figured it out. Anybody confused by that? I'm writing it down so I don't forget. Irish, you are going to have to go back and watch this video, my friend, because I had a long discussion about VATSIM and IVAO that I'm sure you'll be interested in and will more than thoroughly answer your question as to whether or not I've ever tried flying on VATSIM. In the short answer, I have tried flying on it, yes. When you go to EAA fly-in, they call a color dot to land on. Oshkosh fly-in. Oh, okay, I get what you're talking about. So you were talking about landing halfway down the runway. It's like landing on the dot. Gotcha. Tracking. Alright, so we've reached that point where we're starting to get more viewers because we're going to land soon, which means everybody's going to start chatting and trying to distract me over here. We said 42 nautical miles. I'll probably do it at 43. We're at 56 right now, so we're getting really close to actually starting our descent. So that's fantastic. Yeah, you're going to definitely have to go back now because I ranted probably for 30 minutes about the flight sim community, IVAO, VATSIM, YouTube, the whole shebang, and what the flight sim community sort of has morphed into, so it was a good time, right guys? It was fun. I noticed nobody's rogering up to do the Kahoot thing. It'll probably be a day or two before I get this uploaded to YouTube as a video. I'm not going to have an opportunity to do a video this week, so this will be the video. So now, well, I'm going to try and do another episode in Around the World in a Connie this week. I'm going to try, but I can't guarantee I'll get it done. We've put Life of Virtual Airline Pilot on it, just a short hold for a little while. I just wanted to step away, take a little break. So don't worry, we will get back to that eventually. You see this mountain over here? This is that peak. This is that high peak we were talking about. Of course, we can't see the coastline now, but we can see we're well to the side of that. It's way off to our left on our direction, on our heading here. So it's not going to be a problem for us when we start to do our descent. So that's good. 10 nautical miles to go, and we'll start our descent, guys. Okay, yeah, if you're up for it, Irish. Now, the catch is 2 things. One, you got to email me so that we can collaborate a little bit on it. And I mean, you can do the whole thing. You know, I just want to make sure I'm in the loop a little so I know what's going on. And then you got to be able to jump into the live stream very early on next Sunday, which is it's going to start at the same time this one did, which is 9 in the morning for me. And I don't know if that works for you because you're like way behind. So, but what you could do is you could just give me the PIN number for it and all that good stuff once you're done setting it up, and I can announce it to everybody or whatever, and they can start doing their thing. We want it to be aircraft related though. So if you notice a lot of times when I'm talking to you guys, I don't look at the camera. I look over here and I talk to you over here, which is actually kind of funny because I'm like reading what you wrote over here, and so I just start talking over here. Like, next Sunday I have to pick up the wifey at the airport. Okay, that's cool. What time you got to pick up the wifey? I mean, live stream is going to be like four hours again. I mean, what are we at right now? We started at 9. Yeah, we're almost at 4 hours now, so I mean, you probably have plenty of time to pick her up and then come join us if you want. There's 47 nautical miles. I need to pay attention now. So I'm going to use the autopilot to descend. It's not a big deal. I do it all the time. There it is. So what we're going to do is when the time comes and we start our descent, it won't even let me set this up until I change my altitude here. So we're going down, remember, we're going down to 1,000 feet. So all I'll do is I'll change my altitude setting to 1,000 feet. And then it's going to automatically set the vertical speed at minus 500 because that's what it does. And what I'll do is I'll increase that to minus 1,000. Then we'll just start watching our speed. When we hit about 180, we'll start backing off on the throttles and whatnot so that we can maintain that. Keep in mind, as we descend, our manifold pressure is going to try and rise because there's more air pressure and all that. Now, I don't fully understand manifold pressure. Don't get me wrong, but I do know that the difference in air pressure has a lot to do with how much manifold pressure you're getting and all that. So we'll have to keep an eye on our throttles as we're going through the descent. So we're pretty much we're just about at our descent point. We can start our descent right now. So bring this down to 1,000. No, 1,000, not 0. 0 would be bad. And then bring this down to 1,000. Get that out of the way. A little freeze and jump there. And then see, our speed's going to start climbing pretty quick because we're descending at 1,000 feet per minute, right? Not a big deal. We're okay with that. So there's 160 there. And remember, we calculated this on the idea that we're going to be cruising at 180 knots indicated airspeed. All right? Doesn't really matter what our ground speed is. We're talking about our indicated airspeed here. And it's going to come up on 180 pretty quick. So we'll start backing throttles off just a little bit. And keeping in mind also that your manifold pressure will increase as you descend. And as your manifold pressure increases, it's no different than increasing the throttles, and therefore your speed's going to increase. So you have to keep a constant eye on them as you're going through your descent to make sure you don't go faster than your 180 knots, right? SCC970 is now following. Thank you. I appreciate it. Great to have you aboard. Hope that you're enjoying this live stream. Don't forget, you can hop down below. You'll see a link to my YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe on the YouTube channel as well. Lots of great content on there. I got like 120-something videos on there. That's not bad considering I've only been doing it for like 18 months, right? So we're almost up to 180. Looking pretty good right now. If you're watching our manifold pressure, and let me see if it shows it on here. So you see the little digital readout for it right here. Just went to 35.3. Keep an eye on it. It's going to go up again here in a second. There it is, 35.4. It's slowly increasing as we descend. Right? Now we're going to back it off a little bit because we're at our 180 knots here. Okay? So let's understand something about how descent works when we start talking about descent rates and stuff like that. And I'm going to try and talk about this while keeping an eye on these things. Back it off just a little bit more. We got another follower. Remix Reviews is now following. Thank you. Great to have you aboard. I hope you're enjoying the stream as well. And just like I said a minute ago, hop down below, click on that link to YouTube. You can subscribe over there and check out tons of great content as well. I sound like a car salesman. Okay, so when we're descending, let's think about this for a minute. And I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this. I need like a little model airplane to show things in here, right? Okay, we'll use my phone here. So the phone is the aircraft, right? Can you see that? Kind of? Okay, so as I'm descending, I'm also moving across the ground, right? So the faster I'm moving in this direction, the faster my horizontal speed is, the more ground I cover as I descend. So if I descend at 1,000 feet per minute and 180 knots, we know that I'm going to cover approximately, let me back the throttles off just a little more here. Come on. There we go. We know that I'm going to cover approximately 3 nautical miles across the ground at that speed. Okay, but if my indicated airspeed is 200 knots and I'm descending at 1,000 feet per minute, I'm going to cover more ground as I descend, right? So, the key to getting down quicker is flying slower, right? So, if I'm turning onto a final approach in a real aircraft, okay, in a little Cessna 172, and I realize that I'm way too high, and I want to get the aircraft down quickly, what do? Do I push the yoke forward, or do I pull the yoke back? Pushing the yoke forward is going to make the aircraft go down, right? But it's also going to substantially increase speed. So I'm coming in like this right now. Here I come, right? And then I push the yoke down, right? So I descend at a faster rate vertically, but I'm also moving horizontally at a faster rate. So I'm not necessarily going to get where I need to get on glide slope and make a landing. Reverse that. Instead, if I pull back on the yoke, slow down my horizontal speed, and maintain the same amount of vertical speed, I'm going to get down technically quicker. Even though I'm flying the same vertical speed, I will reach the altitude I want to be at in a shorter horizontal distance. And it's important to understand how that works. So in order to get down quicker, even maintaining the same vertical speed, I need to slow down my horizontal speed. So if I'm flying forward too fast, which is why I'm constantly adjusting my throttles here, if I'm flying forward too fast, what ends up happening, if I want to be here, okay, at a set point, at a set altitude, and I go too fast, I'm going to overshoot that. If I go too slow, I'm going to get to that altitude too early, right? So that's why you have to find that happy medium. And remember now, our calculations are an estimation here. Okay, we're descending at 1,000 feet per minute at approximately 180 knots indicated airspeed. We know that we're going to cover approximately 3 miles across the ground for every 1,000 feet we go down. If our speed comes up, we're going to cover more distance across the ground for every 1,000 feet we come down. If our speed goes down, we're going to cover less distance across the ground for every 1,000 feet we come down. There's your lesson for the day. Don't forget to go auto rich. Good point. I haven't gone auto rich yet. What are we at here? We could probably go auto rich now. Let's do it. And you hear those engines wind down a little bit as I do that? Because it doesn't actually need as much fuel as it's going to get right now in auto rich. So if I bring them back to auto lean, hear them coming up faster, right? Because of the amount of air versus the amount of fuel, right? When I bring them to auto rich, more fuel, less air, it slows everything down, right? So they're getting more fuel than they need right now. But you'll hear them gradually continue to come up because as we go lower, they're getting more and more air because the air is thicker. Take a look at our fuel real quick. We got plenty of fuel. I knew we had way more than we needed. I don't know what it is with me and these fuel calculations, but I'm doing a horrible job at it. All right. So still at 1,000 feet per minute, looking really good. We're pretty much spot on with our 180 knots. We're 20 nautical miles out, right? So we need to go another, we're almost down, what are we at? 7,500 feet. So let's just say we're at 7,000 right now, 20 nautical miles out. We still need to go how far? We want to get down to 1,000 feet. We need to go 6,000 down using our 3-mile rule. That means in 18 nautical miles, we're going to be where we want to be, right? Well, that's a little bit before that VOR, which is exactly what I wanted, see? So the rule of threes works pretty well, actually. Let's see. What is that? Text message. Oh, you ain't kidding, man. That is cool. Shaker just sent me a picture of the very airplane we're flying, but it's a model. It's like a model of the airplane that he got for his dad, because his dad flew this airplane. This same tail number, by the way. So he said I need to get one of those for my demonstrations. I agree. That would be awesome. Of course, the thing's like this big, so it'd be kind of hard for demonstration. I need a little one, right? Because small camera, right? Let's see here. Check our arrival time. Aircraft related all over. Fantastic. Don't forget to send me an email, okay? Aircraft is your middle name. No, it's not. Your middle name is gaming. Are you lying to us, Irish? Oh, you were watching last bit an hour ago. Fantastic. Well, thank you. I'm glad you were watching. I'm glad you enjoyed it too. Somebody said something to me on here about something having to do with Amazon Prime, and it has something to do with this little crown thing that's on there. Who was it that said that? I looked into it and then I forgot about it. Something about Amazon Prime and something you can do with Twitch that's supposed to be really cool. I forget what it is. You can make a little money doing it, I think. I did go auto rich. Model plane. Who's gonna buy a model plane for me? Do a rudder full right and slide it so it drops like a rock. You're talking about a side slip. I've done side slips on videos before, actually. So side slip is basically where you do full rudder away from the wind, not into the wind, because what you're trying to do is increase drag while descending, right? So a side slip, you basically are using the side of the aircraft to create a massive amount of drag, which allows you to descend substantially faster without increasing airspeed, right? And you have to learn how to do one when you get a private pilot's license. So I've done side slips in the real world. They're actually kind of fun. And I've done them on here before too. I don't know if I've done them on Twitch. I think I have, but I've definitely done it in a video or two. So side slips are, oh, we're going way too fast here. Look, I was busy talking and we're up to almost 200 knots. See what happens? That speed comes up, doesn't it? Anyway, so a side slip allows you to do that. Now, if I need to, I will side slip, but if I don't need to, I won't. So, good try though. Let's see. Yeah, I got the photo. I'm not good at math, so you lost me. Everybody wants me to side slip now, don't they? Do a side slip. If we have to, I'll side slip, but only if we have to. Only if we have to. Alright. Nothing to do at the moment. The only reason I'm really leaving the autopilot on is because we've got all this cloud cover down here, so I can't see the airport, and I don't want to end up like in the drink. So, you know, you can open the window on this thing while you're flying, and you can do that in the real world too. We don't need it open though, it's cold out there. Let's take a look at our temperature, in fact, because we're about to hit some of these clouds. Yeah, see, our temperature now is above 0 degrees Celsius, so technically it's above the freezing temperature, but our cylinder head temperatures come down quite a bit because we rolled those throttles way back, which also brought our oil temperature down and so on. But we shouldn't have to worry about any icing. Now, it is a good idea, even on a warm day, exit open. What? Did you see that? The main door is open. What, somebody jumping out? The landing's not going to be that bad, people. Somebody jumped out of the back of the airplane. They said, I can't do this anymore, I'm done, we're jumping. Anyway, in the real world, when you're rolling the throttles all the way back, it's a good idea to put the carb heat on. And so we're actually going to do it right now. Click these two, that's one, that's two. Okay, and that way you don't have to worry about it now. It is going to bring the temperatures up, but we're getting close to landing. We shouldn't have to worry about overheating, right? But we want to make sure that we got those temperatures up. And our airfield should just be off to the left there. So I'm going to go ahead, track IR coming on. There's the airfield right there, by the way. Track IR coming on. There's our little jump there. We're still going way too fast. Let's go ahead and turn the autopilot off. There we go. And let's bring our props full forward. And we may have to side slip it. But let's get on to final first, shall we? So we're way too fast to even put landing gear down right now, so we may have to side slip this thing, believe it or not. I mean, we're already intending on landing halfway down the runway, so that's good, but we're quite high right now. Let's do our altimeter here. Yeah, we're at 2,000 feet, so, and that's what happened because our speed got up to about 200 knots, right? That's what I told you would happen. Right, so watch, I'm going to show you this. So instead of making a left turn here, watch this. As I start to turn left, I'm kicking full right rudder here. Okay, that's a side slip. We still need to turn left some, but we're trying to slow down. Woo, she didn't like that at all, did she? Okay, our speed's plenty low to get gear down. Let's get the gear coming down. Let's swing her around a little more. It didn't want to slip.
Gear down, green lights.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring in a setting of flaps here. Oh, we're getting a little fast.
Flaps, 1/4.
Okay, so I've got full right rudder in there right now. Another setting of flaps.
Flaps, 1/2.
Give me a couple minutes, Michael, okay? Okay, so you can see we're quite slowed down here. We're descending pretty quick.
Okay, before landing, checklist.
Let's go ahead and take care of that. Fuel pumps. Come on. There we go. Woo! That was not the best side slip ever, guys. But we're good.
Flaps. 3/4.
I don't know why they're not actually doing the before landing checklist.
On final, before landing checklist, please.
Okay, before landing checklist. Mixture. Is checked. Prop control. High RPM. Cow flaps. Set trail. Fuel pumps. Both on. Landing lights. Checked on. Cabin signs. Checked both on. Flaps. Flaps are set and checked. Landing gear. Gear down. Green lights. Tail wheel. Locked. Landing checklist complete. Tail wheel unlocked.
What do you guys think of that landing? Had to bring in a lot of throttle to carry her down the runway further. Alright, in we go. Bring the flaps up.
Flaps. They're up.
Landing lights off. Fuel pumps off. Pay attention where we're going. We'll park straight ahead here. And boom. Tracker coming off a little jump here. As soon as we put the parking brake on, they'll go right into the after or the
Okay, after landing checklist, please.
oh, there we go.
Okay, after landing checklist. Cowl flaps full open. Flaps. Flaps are confirmed up. Landing lights are off. Pitot heat.
Pitot heat's still on.
Checked off. Fuel pumps. Checked. Trim. Set to 0. Tail wheel. Unlocked. Well, that was a nice flight. Complete. Very nice, Captain. And the shutdown checklist, please. Shutdown checklist. Mixture. Idle cutoff. Magnetos and ignition master. Off. Tail wheel. Unlocked. Parking brake. Set and checked. Wheel chocks. Chocks are set. Lights. Checked. Inverters. Is off. Avionics. Off. Generators. Both off. Battery. That's off. Shutdown checklist complete.
Michael's behind me there doing something. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have finished leg number 3 in our attempt to fly the Hump from the United States all the way over to Vietnam. What's up, buddy? What's in your mouth?
My toy.
No, keep that out of your mouth. Don't put those in your mouth. 5-year-old, right?
Are you done with it?
I'm almost done, yeah. Hold on just a minute, okay? So that, yeah, that side slip wasn't so great, was it? Thanks for the comments on the landing, though. Hey, it worked out pretty well. It was nice and smooth, too. Let's see here. Keep those out of your mouth. I'm not kidding. Let's see. Boy Wonder jumped in at the very end there. Oh boy, well I'm glad you guys enjoyed the flight. I hope you had a good time. Boy wonder, glad you could join us even though it was at the last minute there. Of course, as always, this will be up on YouTube here in the next day or two, so you'll be able to rewatch it if you want. There were some great rants in this one, so it was a good time. But other than that, thank you, every one of you. Several of you were in here for the entire flight, and I think that was fantastic. Michael has joined us for a good bit of the flight as well. Wave to everybody, Michael. But thank you once again, all of you, for joining me on this little journey. Thank you for your support. And if you haven't already done so, like I said, hop down below. You'll see a link to my YouTube channel. Hop on over there, subscribe to the YouTube channel, watch for this to be uploaded along with a lot of other great content. And I don't think there's anything else to say except, of course, as always, keep the blue side up unless otherwise instructed by ATC. God bless you all. Have a fantastic day, and thank you once again for joining me.